ओ सुन बाबले, वो करता हो क्या? Oh shit.
Match found. Death match. Warm up.
Combat is a means to an end. And we are the means.
Fight!
With me. One less.
Okay.
อืม
Mitt i smörjan. Got sky. Hostile down. Ha det bra.
Ten kills remaining.
Target down. Problem solved.
อืม
Five kills remaining. One kill remaining.
My ultimate's ready.
എന്താ കുട്ടിക്കുരങ്ങ പടി പടി ഗോ ടു സ്ലീപ്പ് ഗോ. എന്നെ കൊണ്ട് ചലിപ്പിക്കാതെ. താഴെ ഒരു കിടപ്പോട്ട് മൊത്തം അവർക്ക് കേൾക്കാൻ പറ്റും.
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
I'll make them remember. They're only human.
Fight.
Coward. Run. Killed. 4 dead.
क्या भागते रहे अभी. ओ भाई क्या टैप मार रहा है. हाँ हाँ जी।
Let go. Silence.
अबे किधर स्पॉन कर रहा है ब्रो? यार जबरदस्त। हाय
Experiment complete.
Ten kills remaining. Dominating.
You were a mistake. Let go.
Five kills remaining.
Gone.
अरे कैसे स्पॉन दे रहा है भाई? बहन जो देखने का पहले
One kill remaining.
This is
वही मारा है सुबह और
Match found.
तो 360 हर्ट्ज हो रहा बंदा है भाई स्पॉन होने से पहले मार रहा था भाई आइस बुक्स आइस बुक्स आइस बुक्स
I've already thought of everything. If I'm not stressed, then you should not be stressed. I mean, look at me. Cool as a cucumber. Yeah, that's the thing Americans say, right? Placing sentry.
Going in
Sir.
kill you yeah I think we can go back bro
Spike down.
I think go back
One enemy remaining.
oh okay
Go.
Just
go. Just go.
Amin.
planting
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it. Gun here.
okay take me give me shit bro you play again
Keep it cool. That's how you survive. Target out.
Being safe.
oh one up bro
Enemy
Spike
kill.
down.
right क्यों नहीं देखता है कोई भी
Last player standing.
VND
I have the spike.
okay
Okay.
my bad हमेशा यही प्रॉब्लम है भाई हम इसलिए उसको ऊपर नहीं चढ़ते हैं
Wait, she knows mine. Fine, challenge.
it's okay we can buy now bro
We can buy now. Exactly.
yeah wait
I'm saving, so I'm gonna buy next round.
Okay.
And y'all are gonna save. And I'm gonna buy again.
Take the spike, bro.
I got the spike. Enemy spotted B.
Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
Placing alarm bot. Goodbye.
Last player standing.
Ada.
साला क्राउच करता है बेच तक.
May the wind guide your blades, Jet, and my arrows.
Down here.
Hoping. I think go back.
It's you and me.
Where'd they go?
Last player standing. Spike down.
Ah.
Track them down.
Multiple enemies A. One down.
Low. Omen low.
CT.
Spike down A.
Found them.
One flank.
Last player standing.
Oh, 110.
Look them in the eyes when you kill them.
We can't keep doing the same things. I got the spike. Enemy spotted B.
Stealing sight.
Here.
Revealing area.
Placing alarm bot. Down. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Jet upping. Careful up. On snowman.
Get out of my way.
Wall up.
Bomb grenade out.
2 mid, 2 mid.
Last player standing.
Bomb grenade out. Race into the spike site. Placing sentry. I got the spike. Turret destroyed.
Enemy spotted A. Reload.
Gone.
Reloading.
Revealing area.
Alarm bot out. Here,
One enemy remaining.
here. Recalling my bot. Turret out. Don't die. If you need help figuring out how, just ask.
I have money.
And the spike's still on base. Placing sentry.
Cutting their vision.
Turret down. Done.
Last player standing.
Finished.
Thirty seconds left. Ten seconds left. Make them think.
I got money. Need something? Need a drop.
Need a drop.
Thanks.
We do. We survive.
Placing sentry. Turret destroyed. Alarm bot out.
Nobody's a hero when they're crying.
Out of charges. Calling my bot.
It's you and me. Nowhere to run.
Time out.
Let's video, cover you. Hunting.
My ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Snow. Hopping.
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you give me the drum. Thank you.
Mhm.
Placing sentries. Keep up.
Come back. Oh, back side.
One flank.
One
Okay.
enemy remaining.
Last flank.
Placing alarm bot.
Drop the spike.
Spotted areas clear.
Last round in the half.
We lose everything after this. Spend it.
Kill them.
Placing sentries.
One flank.
Placing alarm bot. 3.
No, it's me. Oi. Two there, both there.
One enemy remaining. Last player
In the
standing.
smoke.
No charges left.
Ulti.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Nice. अल्टी क्यों नहीं मार रहा है?
Switching sides.
We are strong because we are together. Don't forget that.
Time out. Placing swarm grenade.
Eyes up. Revealing area.
Enemy down.
Reloading. Reloading.
There.
One this, one this.
Reloading.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Just cool down. We're good enough to win.
Spike planted.
One low, one low.
Last player standing.
Oh yeah. हाँ क्या खेल रहा है ब्रो?
Win. Show me where to go. Taking sentry.
तू प्ले भी ब्रो.
Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Bot coming back. Alarm bot out.
Spike planted.
Gentleman, gentleman. Sova on yellow.
One enemy remaining.
I hate to say it, but
अबे बी क्यों नहीं खेल रहा है कोई भी?
what's the plan? Turret out.
Oh, thank you.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Scanning ahead. There they are.
I saw one issue.
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading.
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 Shock dart.
Spike planted.
Huh? क्या हो रहा है ब्रो?
Enemy down.
Oh, it's here, bro. Ah,
Last player standing.
yabo, yabo. ये बेंचो चूतिया लग.
Don't rush me.
They will die. Hopeless and afraid.
Placing alarm bomb. Placing swarm grenade. That's done.
Keep it somewhere.
Swarm grenade out.
I don't know where is Omen.
Spike planted.
Cutting their vision.
Scanning ahead.
One enemy remaining.
Imagine if I died right now.
Mid.
Last player standing.
Ah,
We got this.
हाँ भाई क्या देखना पड़ रहा है ब्रो.
Placing swarm grenade. Target destroyed.
Two mid.
Auf Wiedersehen. My ultimate is
One more.
ready.
Could be in kitchen now. I think B.
Spike planted.
Swarm grenade out.
One danger.
Player standing.
Ah,
Match point.
Out of charges. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Ready.
Turret destroyed.
अरे कैसा ब्रो.
One in A, one in.
One was mid.
80 ISO.
Spike planted.
You and me.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Go ulti. Nice. ഡാ മരപ്പട്ടി പൊടി എടി പോയി കിടന്ന് ഉറങ്ങടി.
Just let them try. Can I get this? Thanks. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Alarm bot out. Quick peeks now. Get out of
You
my
want
way.
to talk about frags? Let's go. I'm a bait.
Down B. B. Pushing.
Hey, one bro.
Spike planted.
Initiated.
Nowhere to run.
Player standing.
Ah.
Attackers win.
Oh. साला 3 फर्स्ट ब्लड मेरा. Bro. How the fuck Sova got an ace, bro? How Jen got 18 kill? How Omen got 18 kill, bro? I don't know, man. What a fuck teammate I always did. Bro. See this, okay? Okay. In defense, see. B open. B is totally open. I killed one. Okay. I killed one. B totally open. No one holding B. No one holding B. No one holding B. Okay. No one holding B. Okay. This time I killed one. They defused. Again, no one holding B. One died mid. Okay, was holding here, but he died. After that, no one holding mid. Again, I killed one. Defused. Again, they died, bro. Nice game, brother. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Well played, bro. Well played. Bro, I don't know what was my teammate doing, bro. Literally. They were playing like that we don't have any B side, bro. All was playing A. I can't leave mid, so I can play B. Bro, how do diamonds come in Ascendant lobby, man? Bro, Jet try this best. I think they both playing together. Rena and Jet.
Match found.
Yeah, Rena and Jet playing together. That's the problem. That's the problem, man. We don't have any comms, nothing. Lutas. Wanna play double initiator?
Yes. Go, go, go.
अगर चैम्बर भी और कुछ उठा लेगा ना मजा आ जाएगा भाई चैम्बर का बदली ना क्योंकि यूटिल इतना ज़्यादा हो जाएगा तो बढ़िया हो जाएगा यूटिल का भंडार होगा
Stand in my way. I dare you.
My father used to say, the fight is won before the first punch is thrown. We've trained, we are ready, and now we win.
I will stun flash, okay?
Wait, chill.
Last player standing.
Trap destroyed.
Spike planted.
Ergeco's
I stun, bro.
will survive without him.
message. Leave it to me. I'll rough them up.
B, go stand from B.
Come on, let's go.
Hey, see.
C.
Oh.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
They think they know pain. They can't begin to comprehend it.
Dun, 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 dun.
Enough.
क्या अकेले मैं
Yo.
Ah,
Last player standing. Spike planted.
अगेन हम 4 डेज के भाई, ये सैचलिन करके आगे क्यों नहीं जा रहा है?
See.
It's you and me. Flash out.
Formation to win.
Spike planted. Enemy remaining.
Nice.
Duck. I'm done playing.
I can flash, wait.
One enemy remaining.
Flashing.
Spike
Ali
down
lol.
A.
If they think it is more honorable to resist death, then even a fun can try.
Yeah, I can drop. Thank you. See.
I can flash with flashing.
2C, 2C.
Spike planted.
Under. Still under.
Last player standing.
I'm working.
Gear up, stay safe. We're going back. Can I get a drop? Thanks.
See again.
I got a detail.
Spike planted.
I can ulti.
In smoke.
Last player standing.
80 kitty.
We doing this or what?
Can go see one.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
I'll do my job, you do yours.
Nice.
It's you and me. Pitiful.
Spike planted.
One top.
Last player standing.
Ah.
Last round before the switch.
E. I will stun when you enter.
Right there.
I stunned him, bro.
One more, I saw.
Oh, one here, bro. One heaven, one heaven.
Last player standing. Spike
Oh,
planted.
भगवान क्या देखना पड़ रहा है
Switching sides.
Okay, which gun?
Pushing. Arena pushing.
Spike down. C. Last player standing. Ace.
Ah. Oof.
Watch your step.
Something.
So close.
I have the spike.
Missiles away.
Let us see what they are doing for us this time.
ISO.
Player standing. Match point.
Trust me.
Ah.
Hit them.
Go see, go see, go see.
Hit them fast, hit them hard.
All missiles away.
It's you and me.
Check flank, always check flank.
Last player standing.
My ult's ready.
Team Ace. Defenders win. साला ये बंदा कैसे 28 किल लिया है ब्रो हाउ द फक ही गो 28 किल मैन हाँ bro luckiest game ever man how can someone be so lucky
Match found.
This is going to be a tall challenge. I'm tired of the same. It's got to be NRG. Absolutely. I'm so excited to see what they've been able to do in this downtime. Bring in Mike, who long ago was the coach for it with FNX. These guys have worked together before. He's kind of that defensive side expert. That's what he was working on, in particular with 100 Thieves and Finesse. Known for his attack side calling. That could be the perfect duo to bring this team back. Back to where we expect them to be.
I'm excited to see NRG kind of reinvent themselves in that way, and I think it's a deadly combo.
And truly,
हेलो हेलो इन्नी 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 या
ड्रेस को रिस्पेक्ट करो बाल बाल नहीं दिखता है भाई 55 players they have been on the grind and they've had time to
Wherever they run, I will find them.
കോഴിക്കോട് 21 വയസ്സുള്ള യുവാവിൽ നിന്നും കഞ്ചാവ് പിടിച്ചെടുത്തു പ്രാവ് വിൽപ്പനയുടെ മറവിലാണ് യുവാവ് കഞ്ചാവ് വിൽപ്പന നടത്തിയത്
കോഴിക്കോട് നഗരഹൃദയത്തിൽ നിന്നാണ് 21-കാരന്റെ കയ്യിൽ നിന്നും വൻ കഞ്ചാവ് ശേഖരം പിടികൂടിയത്. നഗരം കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ച് നടക്കുന്ന മയക്കുമരുന്ന് വിൽപ്പന ശൃംഖലയെ കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ച് നടത്തിയ അന്വേഷണത്തിലാണ് 21-കാരൻ അമൽ ബക്കർ പിടിയിലായത്. കാരപ്പറമ്പിൽ വെച്ച് യുവാക്കൾക്ക് മയക്കുമരുന്ന് വിൽക്കുന്നത് എക്സൈസ് സംഘം ആദ്യം പിടികൂടി. ഇതിനെ തുടർന്നുള്ള അന്വേഷണത്തിലാണ് അമൽ ബക്കർ വീട്ടിലേക്ക് എത്തിയത്. വീട്ടിൽ നടത്തിയ പരിശോധനയിൽ വൻ കഞ്ചാവ് ശേഖരം പിടികൂടുകയായിരുന്നു. 2 കെട്ടുകളിലായി 2 കിലോ കഞ്ചാവാണ് പിടികൂടിയത്. എക്സൈസ് സർക്കിൾ ഇൻസ്പെക്ടർ ടി രാജീവ്, ബിജു എബ്രഹാം, പി ദേവദാസ് തുടങ്ങിയവരുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിലുള്ള തിരച്ചിലാണ് 21-കാരന്റെ വൻ
Let me drone.
don't cross
Right here.
let's go bro
Doing a thing.
Revealing area.
no one inside
bye
Oh, why you got fucking bro? Just rotate, bro. Leave it, just rotate. Cypher, yeah.
he tap
They close the door, bro.
let's go bro come back B please
go B here 1
30 seconds left.
Go back, go from it.
55 jet. Oh, be mid, guys.
okay
Diffusing.
Player standing.
Ah.
Oh.
so why will you stay here man
Oh my god.
No, he tagged me with cam.
oh bro you can run back
May the wind guide your blades, Jet, and my arrows.
वो भी मेरा गलती है. सब मेरा गलती है ब्रो.
Revealing area.
Oh.
Enemy spotted A.
Watching here.
उसको एम एन कौन छोड़ो बोले जब मैं देख रहा हूँ यार ये लोग.
Their clove returns from death, yet natural balance is preserved. How is that possible?
Pay default.
Take flight.
Can you break it? ओहो बेंचोदा अकेला पता चल जाएगा ना लोड़ी का बाल.
Mother. C4B.
Our spike carrier's dead.
Spike
We push.
down mid.
Scanning ahead.
So, 2 mid man, so. Oh, hell, so go push.
Last player standing.
Huh?
One enemy remaining.
I got your backs. Just, you know, from the front.
I've done more with less. Keep fighting.
My ult's ready. Watch this.
Can you shotgun? Go, excuse me! Double.
Shot down.
One enemy remaining.
Shot done.
Thrifty.
I could not have made that easier.
The winds shift in our favor. Come into the unknown.
Back in a flash.
Trap.
Here. Scanning ahead.
Bro, shotgun the trap.
I break it bro I think.
Right.
Find them. My ult is ready.
Trap on left. 2 tree. One more tree. One cypher tree. shot.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. Ow. Back.
Last player standing.
120.
Oh, my bad.
Can you break the recall?
Right here. Take flight. Scanning ahead.
Out of my way.
Come B. Come B.
Ulti, bro.
Shadows traveling. Shadows traveling.
Shoot ही है ये.
Revealing area.
I don't know. Check.
Oh my god. One city, one mid.
I know
One city, one mid.
exactly where you are. Shock dart.
Run.
Enemy remaining.
Nice.
No more to oppose us.
Take off. Ah!
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition.
Super, can you drop? Thank you.
Break the recall. Okay, so I can ulti.
Take flight.
Wow.
Bro, I said to play. One push.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
Push here.
What do you say, drone? Ready to stretch your wings?
Employee.
You and me.
Bye.
Deploying drone.
Cover going out.
Revealing area.
Inside.
And backside.
Shock dart.
Nice.
Player standing.
अरे यार क्या चलते हैं शोरूम.
Let us hunt.
Bye.
Scanning ahead.
Don't push me too much.
Oh, swallow. Two lane.
Last player standing.
Sleep. Revealing area. Found them. If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
Watch me.
Enemy mark. Right here. Shot
Right.
mark.
Spike down A.
There they are.
Last player
I have the
standing.
spike. Level heads until we're home, yes? Good.
Yes.
Track them down. Deploying drone.
Trap.
Shot done. Revealing area. Shot dart.
Spike down A.
Our spike carrier's dead. I know exactly where you are. Revealing area.
Slow down. Doing a thing.
Ah,
30 seconds left. Sorry, little wind. Enemy remaining. Don't miss me too much. Later. Last round in the half.
Fire the best guns you can. Ready. Take flight.
मेरे को ड्रोन करने देना मेरा भाई.
Enemy B.
Get out of my way!
Last player standing.
Ah.
Switching sides.
Weapon choice is so personal. Huh? You pick a gun and it tells me who you are. Revealing area.
No.
Spike planted. Be right back. Last player standing.
My burden never ends.
Scanning ahead. Right here.
Spike planted. Be right back. One enemy remaining.
Take aim, send fire. Let's not complicate it. Top dot. Where? Revealing area.
Ah!
Gun here.
Spike planted. drop. Thanks.
Need a drop. Need a drop.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Enemy spotted B.
Scanning ahead.
Shadows traveling.
Hey, भगवान. He's stuck here. He's stuck
One
here.
enemy remaining.
That's yes. The smoke in the smoke. क्या हो गया?
30 seconds left. Ten seconds left.
Oh, your face, stop, Jamal!
Player
Oh,
standing.
bro!
Spike planted.
Is he?
You get a pick. Need a drop.
Don't scan fast, don't scan fast. When they close and you scan, I will spam, okay?
Shot that. Deploying drone.
One enemy remaining. Reloading.
Take back what is mine.
Never lose sight.
They are so dead.
Shot that. Scanning ahead.
The hunt begins.
Deploying drone.
One day.
Last player standing.
planted. Match point.
Please do not mistake my smile. I take this all very seriously.
Shock dart.
Eh?
Revealing area. Nowhere to run!
Careful, careful, garden, careful, garden, careful, garden, careful, garden. Check, go a shot, check, go a shot. Careful, even. Yeah, careful, a shot, careful, a shot.
Heaven.
One enemy
Heaven,
remaining.
heaven, heaven.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Last player standing. Attackers win.
हाँ ये वही है क्या? जिंदगी जानते हैं भाई क्या बोलेगा अभी
Match found.
Match found.
Finesse's reach. So honestly, hell of a job to get one of those rifles out of here. But look at the reinvestment. They're just buying into this bonus round.
The thing is, with how little they bought lots of, they're always going to buy here. Really, it's lost 29 from it. So if you lose this round, it's a little bit more concerning. But even then, they've got it faked up pretty nicely for themselves. It shouldn't be too big of an issue. Yeah, right now Ned is playing away from the rest of his team. Set up in that front B space, but just a shoulder contact, he can toss out that net and catch someone out.
Faking A control and immediately going into B. Ned is caught in a corner here. But there's no follow-up. The net will get him out safely.
Yeah, Seattle will have ideas like throwing the tail missiles off that net front B, or even if Leech flats, if Mitch is the one playing more towards that B side on the quick float angle.
He really is confusion maxing by playing the character with a net as
Oh, it's so bad.
Yeah. Yeah. For reference, it's a player who's throwing
Anyone that
the
lays a hand
ability.
on our Radiant Knights may find a bullet in their jaw.
Simplify.
I like the ambiguity.
It's one and the same.
Replayer on B, off the tail drone, 459. They still have an embed up on A.
Good job there.
Here. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
They look like us, but are they us? I have so many questions. Placing sensor. Don't overthink it. That's my job.
Mid. Art.
क्या स्मोक है ये ब्रो?
Hey, already. One over side. Art.
55 and close. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Variable removed.
101 Kof. 104 Cypher. Both low.
Nice try, bro.
Listen for the wind. It will tell you where their jet is.
Placing sensors. Time for a field test. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Going A, going A, going A. Can you smoke?
Joke's over! You're dead!
क्या मजाक है ब्रो.
Alright.
Reloading.
Enemy remaining.
Phoenix has var bak. Aiming.
Amen, still amen. On side, default. Nice.
Drop in a storm. Okay. Hunter! David roll. Keep this momentum. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Time out.
Bison, bison.
Begin on Eva. Enemy spotted. B. Hitting the brakes. Doing it there. One down.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
One step closer.
Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Placing sensor.
Oh, there's.
Mid.
And
One more mid, one more mid.
Spike down mid.
Still mid, still mid. One more.
One enemy remaining.
Mid po. Spike drop please.
Spike spotted A.
Reloading.
Yo, what the fuck?
My quiver is never full.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Can drop.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Time out.
E sound.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Cypher always come here, okay? Just kill him before that.
player standing.
क्या टाइमिंग है बेंचोद.
Aye, where to?
Can drop.
Need a drop. Placing alarm bomb. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Turret out.
Isa.
Face your fear.
Hello.
They're in there.
Eyes are down.
Wait.
Main. Spike down A.
Low.
They're all dead. To run.
I know it's you guys are hard to come, but you're better off with me in your butt than those assholes shooting at you.
Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Placing sentry. Get out of my way!
No, 1 year. Here come Ruby. Okay.
Art. In art. NA.
Spike planted.
Joke's over! You're dead!
I know exactly where you are. Last player standing.
Like I never left!
Last player.
Boss there. Boss flowers.
One enemy remaining.
Why are you not pushing, bro?
I don't know where one. Don't leave it. Why rotating fast?
Okay.
It's hard.
Alarm out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Placing sentry. Quick peeks now.
One mid.
Turret down. Doing a thing.
140.
You plum.
Spike down B. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
रिवील है सब कुछ है.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Turn out.
No A, no A.
Mid. Push me.
Phoenix A main, Phoenix A main.
Spike down A.
Art. Can kill his body, bro.
Enemy remaining.
It's on art.
Oh.
Last player standing.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
Need a drop.
Out of charges. Placing swarm grenade. Turn out.
A.
That's always like, bro.
Be right back.
ILT.
Cypher
miss.
Gabby?
Cypher mid.
No A main, no A main. Kirby.
B.
Bisa.
Swarm grenade out.
Okay, I'll rotate.
Beam.
Planting.
One close.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Reloading.
We can retake together, bro.
Stay down.
One enemy remaining.
No PK. Use spike. Thank you.
Last round before the switch.
If you're not spending your cash, at least buy me something fancy. Need a drop. Thanks.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Placing sentry.
Watch this.
A sound. Yeah, Phoenix ult.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Line them up. I'm going in. Found them. Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
One default, two main.
Last player standing.
One city. Cypher -40.
Enemy remaining.
Nice.
Easy.
Switching sides.
Out of charges. This place is nice.
But not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
Wait, I have recon.
Go, I see. Alright.
Air hold.
अरे माँ क्या का फ्लैश नाइस
Outrun me? I evaluated their strategy. It's a joke.
Take them off. Standing ahead.
Back in a flash. Alarm bot out. Alarm bot down. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Air flank.
Fall back here.
One enemy remaining.
Is this their best?
They demand a fight. Who are we to disobey?
I will lurk okay
Okay.
just go B I will lurk from you
We can fake. We have lit.
Right, smoking. Oh, Cypher.
Go back. There's three or four.
Yeah, there's a...
Can you get A?
4B.
Can you take A?
they're rotating eh
Alarm bot out. Bot coming back. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
You're dead!
Found them. Killed my bot. No peeking. Have one of these.
Phoenix art. Going art.
10 seconds.
Spotted
There's Phoenix.
Enemy
Got
remaining.
one. Just a refresh.
Nice lurk.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
no we will rotate don't come in
Wait, I'll drone side.
Terminated.
I think go B.
Just take it.
Placing alarm bot. Recalling my bot.
Scanning ahead.
Enemy spotted A.
80 Cypher.
Hold there.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, nice.
Please still.
Placing swarm grenade.
They taught as a bowstring. The fight demands it.
Take spike. I will look.
Placing sentry.
Wait, I have drone.
Enemy spotted B. I never left.
80 on Cypher.
One enemy remaining.
Recalling my bot.
Nice one.
Match point. Take a minute. Appreciate the journey. Then we wrap this party up.
Placing alarm bot. Bot coming back.
Can you hold mid? Fade was here last time.
This is gonna be fun. Watch this. Enemy spotted B. Sorry, little wind. My ultimate
Play slow, okay? We will rotate.
Joke's over. You're dead.
I'll go A.
I know exactly where you are.
Come here.
alarm bot out.
Smoking flowers in secret.
Target is dead. Gotcha, fun.
Spike down
My
A.
turn.
Let him die.
Player standing.
120 Cypher.
I got
30 seconds left.
My bad.
My bad.
snack time. Sorry. Only brought enough for me. That's all. Need a drop. Target out. Thanks.
Need drop.
I can drop.
Let's go.
Behind you, bro.
Face your fear. Stay down.
जा एक बार तो ये मैंने पुश होना चाहिए ब्रो, क्योंकि मैं फ्लैंक कर रहा है तो एक तो मेरे को पुश करके किल करना चाहिए. जा.
Fight smoking.
Hold there.
Yeah, I rotate.
Nothing go.
We have time.
30 seconds left.
One city. One city.
Bot coming back.
One city, okay, guys.
Spike carrier is dead.
Spike down A.
Can you plant it?
One enemy remaining.
One more city.
10 seconds left.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
I will ulti.
Initiated. Turn out.
Chill. I got you too.
Attackers win.
I knew it would all work out. It always does.
You look a league.
सारे इधर में 1 2 3 4 मारा ना मैंने। इसका पहले वाला राउंड हारा था क्या? हाँ, ये हारा वाला राउंड को मैंने निकाल दिया भाई। 1 2 3 4 इसमें एक राउंड में फिनिक्स मेरे को मारा ना। वाला राउंड था तारे, ये वाला राउंड। ये देखो, इधर एक को मारा, मेरे एक को मारा, इधर एक मारा, ये फिर इधर एक को मारा, ये मैंने ट्रेड निकाला। फिर ये कैसे ये मेरे को मारा है ब्रो? मेरे को वो जानना है कौन सा राउंड था। 10वां राउंड। ये कैसे मेरे को मारा है भाई, मेरे को जानना है ब्रो। इसमें 10वां राउंड का 5
Switching sides. One enemy remaining.
यार ये वाला राउंड में कुछ भी वन टैप पड़ा है भाई, कुछ भी रैंडम वन टैप ब्रो। luckiest game man। भाई ये 4 के मैं गुस्सा निकाला है भाई, क्योंकि इसमें मेरा वैंडल चला ही नहीं है। पता है क्या, इसमें मैं मरा वाला, इससे मेरा वैंडल नहीं चला है। वो गुस्सा हम इसमें निकाल दिया। फैंटम उठाया, उसका पूरा फैंटम भी मारा है। What the fuck? चल मैच देखते क्या बोलता है। ओके मैच देखते। एम तो चल रहा था, ट्राई कर सकते हो। छोड़ो, मैच चल रहा था, मैच देखते।
Game, he's like, he fits in Gecko's hand. So what I'm wondering is, Wingman had at least a foot on me.
Yeah.
This guy is massive. How big is Gecko if he can hold this 7-foot monster in his hand? Like, Valorant's not to scale. It's crazy.
Yeah, for real. He's like, I don't know, 15 feet.
He probably is.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Gecko's a tall dude.
Fair enough.
Not very yes-and of you, Mimi.
No, I'm no butting. That's my new thing for stage 1, to exclusively no butt.
Oh, come on, guys. We can't be doing
But
that.
he didn't
Put it
butt.
away. But I mean, yeah, he didn't do that, but like,
But
come on.
it's a positive note, right?
It's true.
I was watching at halftime, he had 4 kills. I'm like, no pie today.
There is no team in VCT that talks more about food than NRG. right? Like every game, it's pie, and then chicken nuggets. Like
Sure.
it's all they do.
They also had their celebrity chef. I don't think he's with the team anymore, but that was like their whole
07.
thing last year, having the fresh meals cooked.
Did he cook the chicken nuggets for them?
It's possible.
I don't know how that works.
All right, we have a little game for you guys. Which capsule do you prefer? Point at it if you're on the screen now. All right, we got one for NRG.
Both, it's the tattoos. She's showing off the C9
she has
and
a
the
C-
NRG. It's
thought it
too
was a-
close to call.
You said tattoos, and I thought you meant that she had real tattoos of the org for a
What are you
second.
talking about? Those are real tattoos, Mimi.
I believe you.
Yeah,
All right.
NRG,
Another
okay,
one for
okay.
NRG. I do like the colorway, red, orange, that kind of vibe going on.
You got to pick a bundle. Come on. Not both teams.
We'll count it. Another
Nice,
NRG. All
nice.
right.
All right, okay. The crowd a little bit more energy. Hey, sorry, you're holding your sign upside down. Oh, okay. Well, NRG.
GRN, my favorite team, yes. Okay, there's a vote for C9. What else we got? Another one for C9. No.
Wait, no, you can't do that. There's no flip-flopping.
It's hard to know what direction you are.
Nah, you don't get to play both sides.
He knows.
There we go.
C9 bundle.
That's like a confident C9 too. And yeah.
NRG. Okay, good choice.
Mimi, are you more C9 or NRG? Go.
I'm perfectly impartial.
Oh.
And joyous. But if we're talking strictly bundles, I like the orange and red colorway.
You like the orange
I think
and red?
I like it better on the pistol
right.
than on the jersey.
Mimi, no one cares. We're gonna toss to a break, hopefully get the sword and come back soon.
You asked me the question. You're talking about?
Tell me.
Oh, I don't know what team.
You were supposed to tell me which team did it, Mimi.
I just remember seeing a pistol run like this.
All right.
Finesse and their brand new
The game. It's just very hard to include
of NRG and their
anything.
Mata pressured. A reclear here. Ooh, teleporting past the wall.
No one heard that.
Vic has a guardian. And a chance to make some mischief. No one's even expecting the possibility of his teleportation. Okay, needed to wrangle the shots a bit quicker than that. Still, good for one and gonna dive back in, but Ethan has dealt with the problem in due time.
Vic just a little jumpy there. Snapping onto that play instantly. Now NRG have vacated the A site. Realizing C, the one that's very likely open.
Because he walked up so far, they know this side of the map is gonna be clear.
Yeah, he's C9's C anchor usually. So again, good calling from NRG, and
Oxy too late to catch the rotate.
although quick on the flank could look nice for him, potentially. It's also a stinger in hand though, so he'd have to get up real close before he can have much impact.
Triple flank.
Planted.
For C9, but they activated the wall their teammate TP passed, so now all of NRG is focusing their attention on this flank.
Well, well, well. It's starting to slip away, isn't it?
That flash for Finesse just spotted a second player on the flank, so they're gonna fully flip the map, play this post plant from CT.
Really controlled rounds from NRG. And again, I feel like C9 have been, you know, maybe rushing at times individually, whether it was Vic in that round or overstaying in the previous round around their Rubble fight. It's lacking some of the refinement I think we saw to their attacking side. You know, they did so many of these late round pivots. We're really trying to work the map now. It feels like they've had some opportunities where it could have gone their way, and rushing it through has had it slip on past.
NRG do such a good job in this map of having these little micro plays to fake out where they're sending their rotation. There's a team that likes to pivot a lot in the mid round, but you saw in the moment here. For those just joining, this is the second map of our series. We started on Lotus.
New guy.
We started
NRG put
between each other, some nice mid-round calls on their attack side, and now in an advantageous position heading into C9's map choice of Fracture.
Yeah, we're just one map in, but already some of the promise of NRG, bringing in Brock, bringing in Mike's, has definitely delivered in that opener. Fracture is C9's map of choice, though. And if you want to cast your minds all the way back, I talked a little bit about this during map 1, but it's been long enough. This is a map where NRG and C9 played their opener against each other
in kickoff.
On Fracture. NRG were down, I believe, like 12-2 at some point. They won like 10 rounds in a row at the end. Psalm put on a masterclass, finished the game 30-15, and NRG still lost the map. So definitely trying to right some of those wrongs. They've already moved on past that. Fun little one to tap into nonetheless. We are going to be moving forward shortly here as the teams finish up picking their agents and getting ready to move on in. The only real difference between these two teams is going to be the duelist slot, right? Oxy piloting the Neon versus Mada's Raze on the opposite side of things, but Oxy is definitely going to have to use this break to bounce back in a big way if they want to push map 3.
More info for you guys on what happened that we're now rolling back to the beginning. There was a bug during round 1 of the initial time we tried the second map where Teo's utility, his salvos, were not regenerating. So they were used and they did not come back on cooldown. Therefore, that round was invalid and we're restarting from 0-0.
Man, you're giving me flashbacks. This happened to the team, so I coach a Game Changers team, Teddy Tactics. This happened to a team we were playing against in the last tourney where we also had to run around back. Because yeah, sometimes it just happens. You just don't get to cast your abilities again. It actually happened on Fracture too, now that I think about that.
You've got one more data point to get that one fixed in the future, but we're hopping straight back into this one. NRG up 1-0 in the series. This is the map choice of Cloud9, and it looks like things on this pistol round is going to be a little bit different than our first go-around.
C9 are fighting dish heavy this time around. NRG going 4 players over into B main. Early camera on stairs gets broken down, so C9 are going to keep on creeping and see if they can maybe find Finesse on the opposite side. He's well guarded by this camera, though.
Very slow walk up for NRG. Ned inside the smoke to receive. Trying to find an opportunity to spam back through, but no one catches on the trips, and that's site secured for NRG.
C9 quick on this flank, though. NRG are anticipating it, but don't really have the bodies ready to fight into Arcade. They're stuck onto site, maybe even looking back towards C9 spawn themselves. Pushing on through, takes down Net as Oxy runs up into the tower, and NRG are finding every single fight. It's everything for NRG. Only Zeppa to equalize, and he's found 3 now into the round. It's onto a 2-on-2. Psalm is low up towards tower. And as the missiles stall it away, he's got to go on to a mission. That's Psalm down, and 4 for Zeppa. C9 have somehow found themselves back into this round, but it'll have to be Mitch to finish the job. Down to 1 HP, and the time starting to tick away. Pushes out the blast, and it's Brock to see things through. NRG win the pistol.
Heartbreaking there for Zeppa. 4 kills for him. And if you think back to kickoff, the first time these two teams played, it was a monstrous class from none other than Zeppa. He was incredible in that game and tried to do the same in this round, just not enough to work with. Needed 1 more kill.
Yes! Come on! 1-0!
And I've never seen a man more excited to win a pistol round.
Shout out Brock for the Red Bull clutch, and that'll be NRG actually buying up pretty big. We saw them go for a lot of these lighter buys, FPX buys on the last map. This time, though, 2 rifles, a Bulldog, a Stinger. Not trying to take so many chances. And interestingly, C9 have got 4 ghosts for themselves, too.
And they're also sitting 4 in spawn for now, just ready to instantly rotate and flood in with the Breach Teo util.
Now, I did notice C9 were buying light armor or regen shields almost exclusively on that first map of Lotus, so might just have the tech here that they can still buy util, even spending 500 on this round 2, as long as they're getting light armor for round 3.
It was a very good nade. Net thought he had a corner to get out. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough space. Neon's gonna ride on through, but Oxy not gonna get away with it this time. Mitch, how? The hell? That's Mitch round 3 with a ghost. Psalm suddenly in a 1v1.
That Spike is out there on site too. Zeppa now with the Stinger. There's so many angles Psalm could be approaching from.
30 seconds left.
Zeppa goes back to check. And Sam not watching damage.
6 HP and only 20 seconds left. He's still got to plant the spike, Mimi.
Zeppa's low too. And missiles back online for Zeppa. A
10
walkthrough.
seconds left.
Spike tapped. Missiles incoming. Sam though, he has a gap within them, and the plant is committed. Now Sam will hold the line. Zeppa swings into him and wins the round.
He couldn't get it done all himself on the pistol, but there, Zeppa and Mitch on those ghost buys do numbers on NRG.
I have to see Mitch's 3K. He's just running through a smoke and cuts down the majority of NRG with a ghost.
I think it's important to note too that, oh, that's the the bully nade.
He was 1 HP.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I'm pretty sure NRG. Hey! Hey!
Fuck.
Funny how quickly his emotions changed
I
from
didn't
round
realize
1
you
to
were watching
2.
some stream. Huh. Wow. And just like that, C9 are kind of right back into it. 5 Phantoms for them. Really enjoying that purchase. And they fully abandoned this A site, interestingly enough. Zeppa's got the ultimate already if they need it. They can just leave Mitch to play audio towards this side.
Ethan flashes in. Or just the drone will work instead, as that's already a lot of space taken on A. NRG realizing they have this side, but have to be ready to fend off the retake attempt. Finesse runs from the utility as in goes Oxy, but already he's down, but the retake is here. It's active for C9, and they trade out to take back sand control. It's evened out in a 3v3, but it's good inroads for Cloud9, and it's even better for Mitch. Picks up a double. The ult used towards main. Sam, the molly. Did it land? Yes. So a bit of time bought, but he still needs to find some kills, and Zeppa is ready. We'll shut that down and convert C9's own anti-eco.
Very nicely done from C9 there. Had me for a moment where they're dropping down into sand and Oxy was taken down early. Guy still can't catch a break. The rest of C9 flooded on through there. Did good work to see the round through. That snowball of ultimates right there, dipping into the Tejo, but don't forget Mitch getting 3 kills in the previous round, now has the Rolling Thunder too. To battle into what could be a pretty decisive swing round here. A few players on NRG wouldn't be able to buy if they end up losing this one. That's not to say NRG aren't close to a lot of their heavy-hitting ults themselves.
Set up for a south side crunch. If C9 wants to commit to it, Cam spots one. In goes the stun.
Get out of there, Finesse.
But yeah, Finesse is gonna escape, or does he actually get out in time? He's instead diving back in. Through the smoke he goes, but
मैं सकता है भाई.
south side secured for C9.
Oh, Mitch uses the ultimate though. Rolling Thunder expended. Now tucked up right here. I love that spot. And slithers away back into his smoke. His teammates are in A main and Oxy lines them up. NRG not getting anything done this round. It's all C9's.
Well held from C9. Mitch's ult not finding too much value, but a perfect off angle for him. Buys enough time for the players who had taken Southside control to crunch back in on that site.
Yeah, because Finesse didn't jump on the zip line. I think C9 had the read. Oh, there must be more players around. If he wouldn't be crazy enough to stick there on his own, that's why they used the Rolling Thunder. And even then, it doesn't matter because of Mitch's positioning on site.
Stinger buy for NRG, but they've ults to back this up.
By the way, check out these buys. C9 love regen shield, 5 of them. Not caring about sheriffs or anything on the other side. Their read has been low buy shield always.
Okay, off the rip, that's an ult invested, but it was a Neon caught, gets away. Mitch not so lucky. He's caught out by Lana, and it's a lot of spam going both ways. C9 have to fight through this smoke, but NRG is ready for it. Chaos in the trades, and NRG coming out ahead. Finally, it's Net. A 1v4, he starts well, but NRG will set this post plant for main.
They've still got a Molly, the Brim ult to play with too. And they've left Finesse to be the rat up in tower.
And they suspect the Rap Underpass motto is looking, turns. But now both players ready. He has to head back the other way.
There's just not enough time to play with now. Not without killing the brimstone.
No. He knows it. Gets his exit and slowly backs out of this round. His NRG. A very nice set play on their eco. Wins them that round.
Well, this is what I was going to say, though, because C9 went for 5 regen shields, which is extremely powerful, right? When you're chaining that together round to round, you hold on to the bank that you save.
Sure.
What it means is that against these half buys, the energy went for, they had 1 rifle and 4 stingers. Those stingers are like operators if you're at mid to low
Okay,
range.
I wouldn't go that far, but...
Hey, only 25 armor, you kind of melt.
And you also are melting down to utility.
True.
That was a very good tail ult to push everyone out of that smoke. C9 is a team that loves to go for the flood retakes, and that ult perfectly punished it.
Yeah, C9, they're still going with the regen shields. That is just how they view the game. Not a bad thing by any means, I think, especially in pro when you're taking a lot of this early damage. It's high EV.
Mata doesn't get anything with the ult, but he does recover some space in Sands. C9 again tasked with a full 5v5 retake here.
This is kind of ugly, though. There's a trip holding them in main, so C9 no one's really out of that space. And Mata throwing out the paint shells, maybe considering swinging through the ultimate to push them into Mata's crosshair. What a setup! NRG! That was beautiful!
It's almost a repeat of last round. An ult to flush, and a perfect follow-up from the NRG players. They call the freeze, they wait for the re-aggression, and they punish it expertly. C9 only has 1 man left. And he's already stunned up.
Yeah, and
Revealed.
again. Got any more utility? Oh, they're gonna give him a break. That was drawn up beautifully. I mean, again, the round looked strange because NRG had this space into sand, but you really don't have anywhere to go from that point forward. But the fact they have the Brim ult to push players into that double setup in sand was just excellent.
And that's such vintage NRG. No matter if it was Optic, if it was Envy the last time that Finesse was playing with Coach Mike's, it's always been a strength of his, calling those pauses in the mid-round, figuring out what your opponent's next step is, and setting up the perfect trap. That'll tie this game up now, NRG 3-3.
I want to say that's now the second time we've seen NRG go for a really aggressive fight in towards spawn. You know, we saw that, I guess, last round, getting up right up against Generator.
Quite
we saw
literally
earlier.
the last 2.
Yeah, we saw it a few rounds ago too, I think, over on the B side as well, trying to fight over into Canteen.
And I think that's really important when you play into a Breach Teo Neon that has a lot of this explosive power. If you try and hunker down on site, you're just going to get overwhelmed by all that util.
Yeah, trying to get in front of the fight. This time, though, NRG not going to have any luck with that. A lot of util burnt by C9. But Mitch still has that stun, ready to go for the refight once this smoke goes down. There's a stun, countered out on the other side, and Mata, well, he's not hit by it. He's going to get taken down by 3 players swinging into his sight.
A good cage from Finesse saves the rest of the team. They still want to re-fight through this one. Flash up, the Neon dips away and goes back in for more. What a re-aggress from Oxy. Rewarded with 2 kills.
And a flash called in there for Mitch as well to go for that re-swing. Put together nicely. Still, NRG are creeping forward. C9 are going to allow them to plant if NRG sees the opportunity. But as soon as that smoke goes down, it's just so hard to face check on out of that.
Now you don't have the option to go through main until 30 seconds left. And you head back into the lion's den instead. Good setup. And it's taken care of for C9.
I feel like that was a good example of C9 in these opening fights that were sometimes slipping away from themselves on Lotus. This time having the util, those extra layers to fight into it. Looks like NRG is going to be calling a timeout for themselves.
They had something going with those spawn fight rounds, but that last one, just committing hard into the A lobby brawl, losing out on that one. And what C9 have with their comp is a lot of flexibility. They're really good to go for active set plays at the beginning of these rounds. They also, with the ults, can play into a lot of set retake ideas. They can rotate super fast to their own spawn with that Neon. So it's a really tough defensive side to deal with.
Yeah, you've kind of got 2 comps that are just great at sort of brawling together, team fighting, etc. So far, I think we've seen NRG maybe overinvest resources on the south side of the map, we haven't really seen them do much of a concerted effort to fight together on the north side, right? Like, when was the last time they put a lot of players arcade outside of that one light buy round?
I'm interested to hear what you think about this, because again, C9 is committing to all regen shields when the majority of these players have money for full armor.
Honestly, it's about always being able to buy. If you think about what C9 was doing, you know, a couple years back by going for light armor, it meant that even when you're losing 2-3 rounds in a row, you're never actually forced onto an eco. And I think with the regen shields in particular, even though it's more costly, what it means is that even when you do take chunk damage, you carry over the remaining shield round to round. So it might cost you 650 up front, but if you win a couple in a row, you're not having to reinvest the 400 of light shielding you'd have to do pretty consistently with the other idea.
And that idea is the strongest before you have VODs out there, so teams aren't knowing you do that and buying Outlaw consistently.
Because that is the ultimate counter. Outlaw, Guardian, double shot to body is going to do similar things. NRG are a similar but different school. They're going all light shields. So not as punished when they lose rounds necessarily, but not going to be rewarded for stringing them together.
NRG taking a bit of time to orb max, get some of these key alts back online. And I think the idea there just to break Cypher trips. But
not going to find any,
yeah, it doesn't hit any of them.
Yeah, interesting locations with these Cypher trips. Deeper ones to be able to play off of and punish, maybe not the Rays, but the next players coming into a site.
Cheeky camera here from Net.
Camera taken out.
Will get broken though.
Cage triggered.
And now NRG, they've done all the homework. They're ready to actually make something happen here on the B site. Good stun, Net's ahead of it. Gets his first kill, and now the ult popped off of that. His teammates trying to help out with an Armageddon as well, but Mata will trade through. Now it's all about getting Net out of heaven. He has been a problem for NRG, and he'll continue to terrorize them in this site. Net for 3, and C9 do a damn good job holding down the site, and he is pumped.
Net's movement there on the site, also on the stage, getting up out of his chair. What an anchor from him. I mean, first of all, getting in front of his stun, taking the time, and getting the ult off as the body falls, and then rotting inside of that smoke, playing flush with the wall, not falling victim to any of the spam shots going into
Hey, Sam, what are you doing? Stand up again!
Full stun, yo? What the fuck?
Hey, Oxy might be not bringing the Super Saiyan much, but he got someone else stepping up today.
Yeah. I don't know, Psalm's living rent-free up in that set. I don't know. Every time we cut to him. All right, NRG are going to relax things a bit, take it slower. They didn't, you know, set up a lot of players on the north side last round, but they did work into Underpass before moving into Arcade. I'm not really sure what info they're really finding. A late re-clear with the drone here into A main. Not seeing the Neon, I suppose, and getting around the corner does tell them that it might be nice to keep moving into the A site, but actually calling back into Mata's position outside B instead.
I think a lot of it trying to diffuse any trap plays that C9 might be setting. Their comp's very strong with that, but as Ronan said, it's just Oxy alone holding up on the north side, and the initiators towards spawn, ready to react on either
Ethan's
side.
got the ultimate underpass. He's ready to let it rip, but again, Net is out of position. Not going to be hit by that, this time sticking down in Arcade.
See, out of position, but he does have a trap set up. His cam was broken, and the ult. Rock's gonna escape that one, and now Net's active. Again, doing well to hold down his sight. And again, just dancing within these smokes, waiting for the perfect opportunity. He'll swing through with Oxy, and C9 decimate NRG on this site. Only Mata's left to stand. And he's got but a stinger, and no time to work with.
10 seconds left.
I've got to keep complimenting Net. He's always
कौन
finding
check
these
क्यों नहीं first कर रहा है यार?
kills
अपन ऐसे यार
over on
इतना
the B site.
basic चीज
Because
को नहीं
he's
check
still
करता
there,
यार.
it means that players have to turn around. You know, you're trying
अपन
to
अगर उसको मार देता ना तो
the other, you
गेम
know,
अलग
one or
कुछ
two have to
इधर
work for
करता
him.
था.
Also watch on
क्योंकि इधर open हो जाना था.
means NRG are never comfortable.
Mata saves the stinger through.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Good for him. Yeah, again, just finding these openers, especially because, like you were talking about, with C9's comp's ability to sort of very quickly rotate on over, get going for these retakes. As long as he gets one kill, as long as he stalls just a little bit, C9 are ready to sort of flood out and meet him. Once NRG are focusing in on his position.
Yeah, he saves that weapon, gets bought a gun from one of his teammates, and now someone else is that Stinger. There's an ult online for Oxy. He's just sending it through. Vic is stolen away the kill instead. C9 keep doing a great job of punishing Finesse on the weak side when they're going for these slow rounds.
Yeah, and he's not really in position to quickly jump on the zip line either. Usually that's how you get out of there, but thought he could maybe play behind his smoke, get something done. Trade 1 for 1 at least. Now smokes to come in to guide Mata top. Say it's the pistol round! We're back! The one that never happened!
Mata, the ult popped. Stuck in a tough position, getting aftershocked out. Zeppa though, oh, the rocket nearly found him. Instead he'll escape with his life, and now someone needs to get on that spike damn quickly. A flank though, coming in from Net, who's been so good, but this round, he cannot make the difference. Oxy's holding. That's halfway gone, so maybe a repeat of that pistol round to be found. Molly's. Teo missiles going in, but Vic holds strong. Zeppa sticking this one, but no one can stop the fight, nor the stick. It doesn't matter. C9 hold things down. It's deja vu as they get up to 7.
You already know in the VOD review, NRG, they're going to be retiring this play. 2 times in a row, C9 managed to get up on top side, half stick it, and then NRG are forced to, jump out of drop to try and kill a player that only has to stick it for a couple of seconds? Nah, it's just not going to happen. And in reality, that play, it's supposed to have Finesse coming late in through A main, right? But because he's getting farmed,
I think
he can't have impact.
I was seeing if Net had something else to say there, because I think he might have, but...
He might have been saying too much. We had to, cut that off.
A definite possibility.
Are C9 going to push again? Oh, this time, slipping back into underpass. Not going to find anyone for their troubles. And for what it's worth, NRG spiked down in the post plant. It's going to be a trade for C9. Tail from Brock to stall out the re-hit.
NRG tried the diss on this round, now a bit more honest.
Nice
straight up A hit, and a straight up retake for Cloud9.
ये राउंड तो निकलना चाहिए भाई. ये राउंड आराम से निकलना चाहिए.
Ults from both teams. The Neon's gonna get past that Armageddon, and Oxy, he's through the side. Great slide, takes down the anchor of Saw. But now it's a question of how can C9 deal with these anchors in main. But the setup, it's excellent from NRG, and C9 forced to try something dramatic, try and just hold on to this spike. But there's just too many players on the other side. Finesse on the re-wrap. And the spam, too good for NRG. That time, they close out on their A post plant.
Yeah, there you go. Finesse alive in the post plant, has his teammates back holding into main. Because Net very nearly had the perfect timing to kill those players. No one was looking at him except for Finesse. This whole hit was kind of crazy too, because Oxy goes flying in there. Mitch also tried to get in front of the Brim Tail combo and ended up dying to it. I don't know if there was other util that hit him. But he was really trying to get in there with Oxy, just couldn't quite close the gap.
NRG starting by taking space in dish.
Ooh, interesting that it's just going to be Brock down on the south side by his own. Using that drone in. Or jumping back onto the north side. Hold on, wait, Mata's doing it again. 3 times!
3rd time's the charm, that's what they say. The plant position has to be held off on.
Oh, they're jumping into sight this time though. Look at them, they're just running into the bullets. C9 mowed them down. NRG had tried to switch things up, but it just did not work at all. Spike has yet to be planted. Mata just waiting the clock out because his team is down.
Nice start though.
Maybe finds the first, but there's Net to close it through.
Almost try to do the same thing again, but this time C9 ahead of it. Punish them on the flood in, and this is a much different Cloud9 from what we saw map 1. They're up 8-4 at the half. They looked excellent on the especially have to give credit to how good Net was.
Net's individual performance on the holds, those fast retakes for the team too, working wonders for the C9 squad.
And you see he's hyped up about it. 8-4 up on their map choice as we head into the halftime. Welcome back. C9, they're up 8-4 coming out of the halftime break. And honestly, it feels eerily similar to what they were showing us in kickoff, right? They have some good moments. You know, Oxy maybe struggling a little bit, but Zeppa lights out thus far today as well.
Yeah, Zeppa's just been a monster. 16 kills there in the first half, taken down in half the rounds. It's funny, right? Because, you know, C9 didn't really make any roster changes, but, you know, they had a little bit more time to work together as a team, get used to it. Still looking very similar, but much better than that opening map. At the same time, NRG, who looked so different back on map number 1, had that second round sort of robbed away from them, even after they won the second go-around of the pistol. And after that, couldn't really find their footing, apart from some really well-timed fights, you know, in towards C9 spawn. That was working for them, but the rest really wasn't once C9 started going on those flood retakes.
Yeah, they did a great job at Cloud9 of picking the right times to go for the more active plays, the crunches on the south or north side of the map. And when they did, they were really consistently able to punish Finesse, take him out of the round, and give his team a big disadvantage in calling that mid-round.
Now, that being said, last time these teams played on this map, NRG got off to a miserable start on that first half. Won 2 rounds to their name, then came back, pushed OT. It's not that far gone for NRG this time around, and I think moving on to the defensive side is usually where I think this team is much more comfortable calling from.
It absolutely is. Looks like we're still just sorting something out on stage, getting a monitor fixed up before we hop into the second half, so appreciate your patience here.
Got to be able to see the game to play the game.
Yeah.
Certainly helps.
Do you think you could get a kill if you played Valorant? No monitor. Just a single kill in a game.
I think that's... okay, Mimi, hear me out.
You have audio.
You're playing the game and you have a friend behind, so you've got a blindfold on, right?
Okay,
Someone behind you is like telling you where to
Instructing
aim.
you.
Let's get a professional, right? You know, let's get Finesse to come out there and tell you where to aim.
Okay.
You know, how to get your kills. That might help.
Yeah, I feel
or
like
we could just trial it right now with Net.
I don't know about that one. You buy like a Judge or an Odin, you sit in a corner, and you just like, you're a medieval archer. You're waiting to hear the loose, and then you open up.
Making me think of, anyways, yeah. I wonder what
reply to that?
No.
Okay.
Well, you're making like when Ramsey bolted is no loose knock. Anyways, it's a whole thing.
Okay.
I had my Game of Thrones arc recently. It's a
good arc to have.
We're moving past that now. I wonder what the best gun would be to get if you couldn't see your screen. The Judge, perhaps?
Judge? Yeah, that'd probably be pretty good. I'm bored by this conversation. We got someone better to check in with. Dryad standing by with Shanks on the floor.
Cool.
Let's take a listen.
That's right, guys. I'm here with Shanks from NRG. Can we hear for Shanks? Come on, come on. There you go. It took a minute. It took a minute. All good. Shanks, how are you enjoying being here for the first day of the stage 1?
It is awesome. The environment is great. There's a lot of people here. Shout out NRG, all the NRG fans in the crowd. We love you guys. I'm doing good.
And how are you feeling about this match? I think at the beginning it was very dominant and you closed out the first map. This one is the 7-5 in the half, so.
Yeah, map 1's amazing. Brock, the new addition, has been looking really good, and Mike's he brought out a good game plan, but map 2's looking a little bit rough right now, but we're known for comeback, so I think we're gonna win this map.
And something that I want to ask you is, we heard your hot take of how the team is going to make it internationally, how they're going to lift a trophy. So I want you to sell it to the people here and to everybody watching at home. Why is NRG winning stage 1?
NRG is winning because FNS is the greatest IGL Valorant has ever seen. FNS is the GO.
Okay, but give me another point, surely. We got 2 more.
And we also have the W streamer on our team. Look at Sam, the GOAT. Because of Sam, the entire team is playing amazing. I talked to them backstage. Everyone's feeling good, feeling confident. I think we're going to win a tournament this year.
Yeah, you know, I'm starting to feel I'm feeling sorry, I want to say I'm feeling the energy, but I feel like that's too obvious, isn't it? But maybe I am. So we'll see if they win a stage 1. We'll see if they win this map as well, as we send it back to you guys. Thank you, Shanks.
Thank you.
Finesse a good IGL, saw on the W stream. I don't disagree with any of that. Feels like a bit of a logical jump to go to trophy immediately, but they're this time.
Look, I just think that Shanks might be the best NRG shill out there.
Okay.
Is what it might be. I think he gets paid for the amount of times he says, you know, W streamer, you know, finesse the
Those are the
goat.
corporate buzzwords that he has to hit.
I mean, he sounded very well drilled with them out there. But let's jump into the second half. NRG, they got to win a pistol. They got to win a second half here before they can worry about the trophies.
But they're known for the comebacks, and it would have to start here. Mana, he's never been more stunned in his life, and Zeppa runs him down. Thankfully, a good teammate helps him out. Ethan defends Mana. He'll escape for now, and that nade is excellent as Ethan follows up for his 3rd kill of the round.
Ethan completely blinded up there after the 3. So now it's Net's mission to go on a bit of a hunt. Smoke goes down, but he hears the players in main. Good position from him, and really crisp on the shot as well. Brock shows a shoulder, is taken down low, and now C9 group up, shoulder to shoulder, pushing back into main to play the post.
Finesse has 1 cage. A ticket to getting the spike halfway.
Stun back up, a flash, the blast for Mitch to work with. And a camera back on spike.
Cage used, but they know it's fake thanks to the cam. And now next tap, a stun's gonna come in. Good dodge from NRG, but Finesse needs to trade and he doesn't find the shot in time. It's Mitch instead to mop up this pistol round.
That's why the breaches with their sheriffs that round were getting work done.
It was the same sheriff.
Wait, did that gun get 6 kills?
I'm pretty sure. Okay, 1.
Because Ethan was nasty with it here.
2.
Uh-huh. Turn
3.
back. That was just 3 headshots, too.
Pretty clean. He does, and
Yeah.
same sheriff. 2 more.
And one
Ready to-
had cleaner shots, but one also won the round. So.
What are you doing?
That's obsessed.
He's been listening to Shanks' so he wants to get in Psalm's head.
What is going on here?
A lot of util, I think, is what's happening.
Bit crazy that Psalm has crept up. I mean, he put down the smoke, so it makes some sense. As a matter of fact, Vic has been told. Vic is waiting for that walk underpass from up on the north side. Knows that other brim is very likely down underpass. That drone's not coming for Psalm, so with the ghost here, there's a chance to do a little bit of damage. 4 light armors on the other side, and he slipped on through.
Zeppa will come back in late, though, and he might catch the perfect timing onto Psalm. That he does.
Womp womp.
So no tomfoolery today. C9 locking this one down quite cleanly, have the smokes up, and
They get the orbs, Mimi, they get the plant down. Doesn't get much better than that. It could get better than that.
sure. That was just a stinger, though. Expendable resource, and, well, the util's gonna finish the job that Oxy couldn't do. So C9, 10-4, rebounding massively after losing the first map of this series.
C9 have a lot of buffer room to play with here. You know, there's the option to, if they wanted to upgrade in by this round, have 4 rifles and a stinger, play with that and just end it immediately. Also hedge their bets a bit. We'll see what the call ends up being. Oh, that sheriff.
One enemy remains.
One left standing.
Has a bit of a legacy on it at this point.
It's gonna be really sad when someone dies with that and it's not recovered. Lived such a good life. Oxy quick up into tower using those blasts from the Tejo to clear a pathway. And there's 2 players inside of the smoke. Look at that, Finesse and Psalm next to each other, push on through and clear out main entirely.
Shanks' beloved duo doing great work to start this round. What's the reaction out of C9, though? The 3 of them will walk towards spawn and have an opportunity up against Brock. That is an excellent start for Oxy. But they need a bit more where that came from. Mata spotted out, stun unable to be avoided.
Player standing.
And Mata knocks down a double. Now Mitch in a 1v4. He has the blast, but not a lot of time. Already ticked away, and not a lot of stall util really to do much with this one. NRG well converted there.
Yeah, I love that call, playing 2 players inside of the smoke against the split hit of C9 too, right? Because C9's strong side was going up into arcade, so they didn't really have the utility to clear through this smoke. And yeah, saw the shoulder. There might have been a drone going that just caught a bad timing. All things considered, though, that stun line too from Ethan, very nice.
Give it out.
Breach Ethos been on point all series.
This is a nice spot.
And it'll be C9 again, working pretty heavily from the north side of the map. 3 players, basically the same setup as that last round. And still with that similar pace. The Tejo nades. This time, though, the pathing is down on the ground from Oxy. Waiting for a moment to sneak through that smoke. Hold on, Psalm's just killing him in there. I don't know about that one. The spike is worked up in towards heaven, but now Oxy is the one riding inside of the smoke. Finesse is still here, and Oxy whips around and takes him down.
Ethan and Mata left. And critically, Mata has the Raze rocket available. Net trying to cross, gets away with it. Good stun for Oxy. Mata running for his life in midair! How did that connect?
Bro's full jumping headshot, and now it's a 2-on-2. Now Ethan is worked on over with full utility to back up this showstopper.
A stun and the rocket, but it just swings out into Vic and dies. And now it's only the world champ to try and clutch this one up, and against Vic, it doesn't work out. Even the luckiest man on earth couldn't win that round.
Come on, Mod, you can't be doing that, making me believe like that. Just the silliest skill I've seen today.
Show it to me again.
Uh-huh.
One enemy remains.
Just a little bunny.
I love how he became more accurate after he jumped than he was before it.
Let's go, baby! That's all you! Let's go!
Vic just no-selling him.
Not matching the energy at all.
No. Come on, Vic.
All right, well, Oxy this round has the ultimate, getting into sight. Wall up and going back into spawn. Don't put your iPad away. Still playing Angry Birds. There's still a game to be won, a round to be won. Mata knows it.
Dies to his own rocket. Trades back. It's a pandemonium round. Who's killing who? Who's winning this one? It's left up to Zeppa in a flash. With the spike dropped, and Finesse holding his angle. Finesse knows he's here, but Zeppa, he's too damn good! That's ridiculous from Zeppa! And that's C9, up to 12 rounds.
And it's bringing Zeppa out of his seat as well with the Red Bull clutch. He has been elite today.
What are these rounds?
Little one for, okay, yeah, Vic took him down to 23, that's fine. But, hello! Also not matching his energy. He got out of the chair, but Net's doing the heavy lifting.
A true silent film. Energy, known for the comebacks, but down 12-5 now. This is looking like a map 3.
Mitch has the Rolling Thunder ready to go. Down from underpass, sends it into full clear sight, but still, there's a Cypher up in tower. I was gonna say, not anymore.
He's already gone. Rolling Thunder through. Past the smoke goes Mata, but the counter stun is excellent. Oxy converts. Keeps advantage with his squad, but there's more ults to come, and Stomp capitalizes off of it. He's found a gap for now, but not long enough. Brock alone. 1v3 that starts well, and another ult to work with.
This is how it ends.
But there's no one on site to receive that Armageddon. Instead, he'll walk alone into the site. Missiles on the recharge for Zeppa. The breach spotted in main, and Mitch, the one to take him down. 13-5, C9. They reply in kind on their map pick and tie this series up.
What a bounce back. Cloud9, couple of their players stepping up in a massive way. Zeppa having a crazy map. That first half too, I think Net was so effective working the B site. Also pretty good at getting out of his chair, getting the energy going for the team. They needed that strong performance after getting kind of shut out that second half of Lotus.
Oxy as well having a bounce back from that first map, showing some big rounds for him. And here you can kind of just see the Zeppa highlight reel. Second series in a row against NRG where he is having an incredible impact.
It was cool seeing some of these rounds on that first half from NRG fighting back into spawn. The Brim ult play was nasty, but at the end of the day, it wasn't enough for NRG.
Still, more to the series to be played. We're heading all the way to map number 3. This series gets decided on Pearl when we return.
Red Bull gives you wings.
As well, Shenum, or Shenum's gonna go down. The ace from Oxy just to the side. It's gonna be the Oxy ace. Push in. It's just gonna be a leap through. They're trying to do power in numbers right now, but Energy is gonna have mana with 4.
And the series is tied up, folks, as Cloud9 manages to pick up that Fracture win. Now we set our sights to Pearl, and you got, well, getting some sustenance early on. The bananas are in, folks. It's time to win.
Got to. Light meal, though. Light meal.
Light meal.
You don't want to bog yourself down with carbohydrates.
This is true. You don't want a carbo load,
Something
you know?
simple.
Yeah. It's not good to do. It's not good to do.
Banana's a great slow burn of energy as well. Good source of potassium.
Look, you tune into the show for nutritional education and some video game discussion. Let's go ahead, though, and talk about what we just saw on stage there, because C9 most definitely came out of the gate swinging, and it started off, I mean, tell you what, though, probably a little bitter because they took that round away early on, and they were like, you know what, I take offense to that.
No.
13-5 dominate.
And then they lose the pistol when you get back into it, which is so good. But it's all good because then immediately on this second round, Zeppa was able to go crazy on them. It was Mitch. Zeppa came in at the end to close it out in the clutch, but somehow Mitch tucked in the corner, 3K, all headshots with the Ghost. What an immediate turn of the momentum.
I had an inclination, I think, that this map was going to be favored towards the way that Cloud9 like to play, because we've just seen it play out so many times now. The team that's following the sound cues, trying to flood defend, trying to play the aggressive retakes with these nice util combos, are the team that wins, honestly. If you take the fight first ahead of your opponents, you're going to be advantaged. Cloud9 were doing that consistently, not only on a defensive rounds, but also on attack as well. They are so willing to just group up, fight, and make sure that their util is picture perfect. The trades are on point as well. So it's a map that definitely suits their play style. Looking forward towards Pearl as well. I don't know if that's going to be the same case, but I guess we'll talk about it when we get there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we definitely will observe what happens on that one. But still, though, got to continue to praise some of the star players in this one, because you had talked about it briefly, but Xeppaa, man, there's something about this map that this guy just likes.
Yeah, some players, they have their maps or they have their specific angles where like you can always sense that they're about to get two from that position, something like that. But yeah, evidently on this map, and especially against NRG, Xeppaa goes crazy. When it was on the Cloven kickoff, he harvested them, and now switching over to the Taeho, another season of bountiful crops. He's so good on
no
this map.
subsidies. My guy is out there selling the goods to the people.
But it's so damn important that Xeppaa does have a good game, I think, as well, with the way that Cloud9 choose to play, which is putting Oxy into that all or nothing role, basically. You know, Oxy's taking point. They're setting him up with good utilities as well, but look at his numbers.
He's so happy.
He's so happy. He's so happy to be here.
He's so shocked. He's like, wow, I'm good at Fracture. Whoa!
But there's a lot of pressure, I think, when teams run like the Breach Tail with just a solo duelist, that the duelist player is often going to be going down early. You can't always set them up perfectly every single time. And Oxy's been getting fantastic value, but the pressure is going to be on players like Oxy as well to play well. Their Taeho's going to be normally the second one in, trying to trade out the duelist player and to pick up the pieces. He did it again. He did it again. It's got to be consistent, and he keeps doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And like the one real differential in the stats that you saw was just the KDA. Because of that, he was just dying way less, closing out rounds, and also a testament to how this time it was a way more dominant showing. That first time they played on this map, NRG had one of the all-time fake comebacks, which obscured his KDA. But this time, they just clowned on them. I mean, they were so good.
They look good. They look good. But now let's go ahead and set our attention, though, to Pearl, because you were mentioning it before, Bren, at the top of this, that, you know, Cloud9 style, right? Fracture favors them. They like to go in there and get in their face. But Pearl has kind of seen some changes and some different approaches.
Yeah, it is. I'll make it short and sweet, though. Like, Pearl, I don't think you can take the same style that Cloud9 used to success in Fracture, that pack mentality. You can try to, but if NRG have alternated their comp a little bit, they're running the Euro as well, they can get fast rotates to make sure they follow the sound cues on defense. It's much harder to play that play style on a map like Pearl.
Well, it's going to be very fascinating to see how it all breaks down, folks. But we're going to map 3, so let's find out which team is going to start off this stage with a dub right after this.
We going up, yeah, look at us, we here for the rush, yeah, we going up, we going up, yeah, look at us, we here for the rush, yeah, we going up.
Welcome back. We're heading into map 3. Both of these teams are smoked on their respective map picks, but now it's evened out territory and a map where I think there's a lot of interesting options for comps. We saw that on display at Masters Bangkok with, you know, the T1 double duelist kind of looks. You have the more G2 double initiator kind of looks. There's a lot of options for our teams here.
Yeah, and so far our two teams, they played fairly standard stuff. I would just say with their own, you know, unique wrinkles, right?
Maybe
Net
a neon
plays the
there,
deadlock.
something a little different, but generally pretty standard.
But as it sort of fit into the typical meta for the most part, see what we've got in store going on to this final map. It is also worth reminding you again, these two teams very likely going to be fighting for playoff spots in their group, and that is just T1's comp, no?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, the Neon and the Yoru coming in together. I think when you look at this biggest strength on your defense, you're so good at flooding into those sites. Attack side, you have crazy double dive ideas.
Okay.
And it's a little twist. It's a little yoink and twist kind of look coming out from C9, just putting the jet in instead of that
I don't
Neon.
know if I would call that a strategy, but it's certainly an option. Now, that's a double duelist option, but very different, right? That one with the Jet Yoru leans much more into like the opping. I think there's a lot more like individual things you can look for. That's adorable.
Aww.
That's awesome. No, the Pengu! Get him back up there. We're going to be okay.
He'll be back.
But honestly, I think both this Neon and the Yoru was something that Trace was playing over in the Chinese circuit that we saw T1 also play to win the series in Bangkok versus G2. There's a lot of cool things you can do, especially on side execs with these two agents.
NRG going bar for bar with the Masters 1 champions. But C9 with their own spin, fight into mid. Both duelists brawling out, and Oxy gets a clean opener on Tamada.
Yeah, they can quickly move back over into the A side as well. I don't know if NRG are going to want to breach through this smoke. We've got the one flash on Ethan, and it looks like they want to force it. Here goes Ethan, but instantly dealt with. Mitch just playing on backside. Oxy flooding in too. This is classy from C9 to open things up.
And that's the beauty of these double duelist comps. You have so much mobility in the mid round to quickly rotate. You're flooding into mid, then you're always TPing back and you're into A. You have a TP set up to get back over towards C as well. It's really tough to play that slow mid round style that Energy loves because of how proactive C9 are able to be in that mid round.
Yeah, and I think what we're going to see a lot, like the big differentiating factor between these two comps is going to be the Neon versus the Jet. And I think what the Neon comp is going to be better at is doing sort of like team fighting, set pieces, you know, scaling off of limited, you know, flash utility, etc. Whereas the Jet, you're going to see Oxy constantly, especially on defense, looking for these opening fights next to Zeppa.
Makes sense to see Oxy getting his Jet back up to form though. When we're looking at the changes to the map pool, we don't see anything new in this series, but we have Icebox coming back. We have Ascent coming back. Minor changes on Ascent, none on Icebox. Those have always been Jet playgrounds. Those have always been maps where Oxy excels on this agent.
And both these teams, they got boring, so they floated Ascent in Icebox, but then they banned it in the second phase.
Yep.
So that's why we end up on Pearl, because there's a map teams can have a lot more practice on, just going from kickoff and the last few months of play.
Both these teams, though, not having attended Masters Bangkok, had a nice round month or so to prep, to practice. But, of course, for NRG, they made a roster change during that time. And a bit of unfortunate news, folks. Seems like we have another tech pause coming in.
Fun way to start off the day, you know? Gotta ease our way into it.
Yeah. The computers have to warm up to start stage one.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that how computers work? You know, if you don't run them in a while, you gotta, it's like a car, you know, the battery dies, you gotta bring in a new one.
I don't think that's how it works, but...
That's how my car works.
Okay.
It's an oldie.
Your car's from like the 1980s, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty old.
Yeah.
That's like Golden Boy era.
That was so unnecessary. Okay, good news. Tech pause was short. We got to make a rip at GB, and we're starting the game again. It's 1-0 up for C9 here.
Well, we're not starting it again. We're starting on 2 again.
Yes.
People might get confused. No, this is honest, moving over into it. And finally, we see an Outlaw. I don't think we've seen a single Outlaw today, if memory serves.
And both teams are buying light armor or regen shields almost every round.
Well, that's the thing. I wonder if the coaches have clued into that, realized. There we go. Zeppa just there to bail his teammate out, even with a good flash out of Ethan. Not going to happen with that duo working together.
Could be that, or could be as simple as I'm Jet on an anti-eco.
One enemy remaining.
Could be that simple, couldn't it? Well, Mitch is going to be happy to find 3 kills.
Yeah, a couple off his ultimate.
Sir, are we offended by that? That's been doing a lot more today. Been up out of his chair all throughout map 2. Once C9 started winning rounds, he's getting active. And now just eyeing up the purchase coming into this next round, and RG are continuing. So even though they saw the Outlaw in that last round, I don't think it fired a shot, but they at least saw it. 4 players on the
It did get a kill. They know it's there for sure.
I don't love that.
Yeah, it's a risk to be taken for sure. But Oxy not in the position to do too much as judge, however, from Vic. In the right place at the right time.
Again, C9 are just continuing to like play these tandem positions next to each other, the 2 duelists, getting the work done, but it's really Vic all on his own. And now working himself out of stars, only has the 1 in the back pocket, and the judge is not going to get anything done. Good drone from Brock will spot it out.
And the spam from Mata follows that up. So NRG get to play with a clean 5v4 advantage.
But at the same time, there's a drone into mid, saw nothing. Oxy is backside with the Outlaw still. That smoke is really annoying to deal with. The flash over the top, the stun comes in. Mata and Zeppa trying to pin each other's face there. Zeppa takes down the first one, and now as the flood comes in, it's Mata and Brock still alive on just 1 HP.
But Oxy still up on that Outlaw, still holding down the line, swinging into him with no armor. It's a death sentence! Oxy for 2. Now the knives popped, and the distraction is enough to get net the kill.
Oxy absolutely punishes NRG there. The light armor dealt with. And no one actually being able to get into backside really surprised me. I didn't see if there was, I don't know, some counter utility thrown out by C9, but Oxy was in a bad way back there. He was stunned, he was flashed. People could be coming every sort of which way against him. Very nice.
Yeah, just a highlight reel for the Outlaw. And now NRG back down to an eco. Again, the Outlaw is going to have crazy value.
It's funny because the way C9 are playing is effectively all of our utility is on one side of the map. The other side of the map is going to be Jet Yoru. We put the Jet all the way up front B. Now our Yoru is going to be running back over onto the A side.
That's more the beauty of this comp, that you have two characters that can brawl as much as they want and still have that get out of jail free.
And because that Jet has this very forward line, like we have beautiful information, it allows this stack of 3 players into the A site. And just Vic playing again with the Judge in connector. Can hear audio in mid. There's a camera there too to be able to swing off of. Cool.
Oxy sees one. Doesn't want to take too much risk though.
Surprise, Yoru's TP'd back already. We're fine.
A bait set up too. Oxy can take contact and they'll send out the clone. Okay. Every shot required, but Vic gets the kill at range and Oxy a chance to repossess some players down long with that Outlaw. As they'll tuck tail run back towards mid. They don't want to test him.
All right, NRG finally walked into street there, broke the Cypher camera. It's possible NRG log that for future memory. It's just the cam here, so requires Net to be inside it for the info. And now they've allowed Som to get back into connector. Now C9 not going to be fooled by this too much. There's a good tripwire in Art that would see that. And Mid just turned around back in secret, clearing their spawn.
10 seconds. Net has a very nice trip here, and Mata gets caught by his own stun. Can't follow up. Towards secret. The stall is good. Mata has found a kill, but there's no time for the plant to come down, and now it's just the task of dying for the remaining NRG players. They get their extra 300 creds for the plant after time, but C9 still go up 4-0.
This is kind of alarming now for NRG. Yeah, you lost the pistol, you lost the anti-bonus. You also think back to that last map where they only secured 5 rounds for themselves. It's been rough.
Oh, ridiculous replay. But you're right. This is starting to get towards concerning territory.
Yeah. Honestly, I just want to see NRG run some more exec looks. I think that's one of the things this comp does so nicely, especially execs onto the B side. You can throw out Yoru teleports into the top left corner of sight, and then even use the neon wall to give you that extra layer of protection so you can get those forward teleports and fight into backside very quickly.
It's Vanessa's team, though. He always likes taking time with these slow mid rounds, and it's a similar start. This time now, all 4 players postured to make an execute happen in B, and that's exactly where they'll follow up. Slide forward for Mata. Oxy gets out, and C9 will just turn away and wait for the retake.
Mitch holding onto Hunter's Fury. Pops that one off the plant going down. So NRG going to try to scatter the wind, but already Pig's been found by Oxy. The shots coming through for Mitch, too. It's a 5-on-3. Out of seemingly nowhere.
Zepha's still in heaven. Clone broken, but he's really causing problems here. Now a drone to commit back in. A duel against Ethan. Leads up a lot of damage. A dart for Mitch. Another attempt at the plant. But it's just bullying from C9. Finally, inroads for NRG. They get some key kills, but Vic is stuck into the side through the smoke. It's unfighting. Vic, 3 kills alone on site. Collapses things up for Cloud9.
What a ridiculous round. The Vic survives there at the end.
It's 1 bullet blind through a cage for that second kill.
Last player standing.
And after Som found the 3K as well, yes. You weren't kidding. Just an unbelievable Red Bull clutch from Vic.
Get on! Oh my god!
Couldn't say it better myself. It's a 5-0 start to this map. NRG have to be stunned after losing that round.
Now, okay, we'll take a breather, right? Because NRG, yes, they've lost 5 rounds in a row. Yes, it's dire. And I promise I'm not trying to cope for them, but I'm kind of coping for them.
Give me the cope.
I'll give you the cope. They've got 4 ultimates ready for themselves,
Sure.
right? NRG. They also, because they keep going for light armor, they've got another buy round that wasn't actually a swing for them. But it's starting to become sort of now or never, and especially I'm looking at Oxy finding an operator now on the defense. That adds yet another problem for NRG.
The first one of these dire timeouts that Energy's new coach has had to talk through. Finesse was talking about how much he valued that input, the strategic changes, those ideas in timeouts like this. He felt Mike would bring that to the team.
I mean, talk about a call out. I know you're trying to talk about Mike, but I'm talking about Amy right now. Tells Oxy to switch off the op, go for the Outlaw. NRG are just buying light armors anyways.
And it's going to be all the better. Only Mata won't be one shot to that weapon.
Molly drops down, but quickly broken. NRG are really trying to sell a fake into the A side of the map. The Aura ult with that fake Molly tossed on out, but really going back into Street to guide the way for Mata to move forward into a late B pinch.
Very nice Yoru out there. We've seen that pathing from a couple other players before.
This is classic Finesse calling, though, slowing down the pace. Right now, Finesse playing that back guard as the wall comes down, and Oxy is stuck in backside. Seeing players come in, finds the first, and the rest of C9 is here, ready to keep on fighting through. Som equalizes for a moment for NRG, and Oxy is still a problem in backside. Continuing to find the kills, upgrading into the gun, finally dealt with by Mata.
Down goes the plant for Brock.
Spike planted.
Net walled off. A dart ready to go through. But it doesn't catch on to anything instead. A slow walk up. Som. Great adjustment onto Mitch and NRG. Finally, after 5 rounds lost in a row, close things out and make their way onto the board.
That was a nice round coming out of the timeout for NRG. Finesse and Mike's cooking that one up, going for that fake A into a B split. Way faster than you would necessarily expect, right? Because usually if you're faking A like that, it'd be way heavier in through link. No, they still had the bodies going down long. Really, it was Ethan's pathing there to set it up. This time, though, it's an all-out brawl in A main. Mimi, get ready.
Aster Util on both sides. Oxy dashing forward. But it's slow for now, finally. The push goes in, but C9, they're winning every fight. 3 for 2 in the trades. They hold strong in main. Don't give an inch to NRG. Finesse, though, left alone and so blind in main. Has an isolated duel against Zeppa. But Zeppa was a monster in the last map, and yet again, he shuts it down. NRG, they won that round, but C9 immediately reply.
So quick with it, too. Maybe seeing the lockdown on the other side, C9 calling to get out in front of that. Reading a basic A hit after the fake in the previous round. Got a really good read on that one out of Mitch. And that refight as they come on down. I mean, there's so many stars on the ground. I counted 3 of them.
Nice! Woo! Hey, let's go!
And now Oxy's getting hype. NRG's gonna call another quicker round. Take fast control towards B. Last time they did this, it was just a follow-up, and with a flank coming through, they're gonna be pretty much forced to commit.
Yeah, Drone ends up saving C9 there. Telling them Finesse is in the space, but now Finesse, he chose not to run away, and now he's scouted out. He can't do that, just like Fracture again. Gets caught out in his spawn.
What's going on with Net? Doesn't move out of the way. But that's inroads for NRG. Even down into a 4 versus 4, but a lot of pressure on this flank. Drone traded out with the clone. Where does NRG fight? They'll go towards spawn.
Fighting forward there as Brock is left on his own.
He has the Undersuri. He desperately wants to escape, but the util is overwhelming. Shorty in his face. Oxy traded. That's excellent work from Som.
Mitch is going to be coming in so late from his own spawn. Now the Astral Wall is called down. Nick right up on top of that, but Ethan is lying in wait.
It all comes down to Mitch. He has bided so much time and now activates for 1. Zeppa snuck out onto the site, but the Astral Wall obfuscating the last player, C9! They just get both kills! And in the nick of time, they'll find this defuse.
Som seemed shocked to find a player there on the screen. Thought everyone was going to be coming in from behind the Astral Wall, but the patience out of Vic ends up paying off beautifully.
C9 now, you mentioned it. The last 2 maps, they've been so proactive at pushing through these flanks, finding where Finesse is lurking, flushing him out, and then being able to pinch in on these retakes and win them.
We got it, let's go! What?
Oh, I love Oxy.
All always entertains.
NRG calling a second timeout, and that hurts. We're 8 rounds in. We're out of timeouts for the map. Better have some faith in your defensive side, because right now attack isn't working at all. And it's not like you're calling the timeout to craft up the perfect round to win right now. Like, they've got no money, Mimi.
A couple ults to work with, but you're probably looking down the barrel of 8. And Oxy, again, he's been abusing them with this Outlaw all game long. He's buying it again.
Yeah, it's like the first game, Oxy's really been having a good time for himself, 11-6 right now, and it's large part due to that weapon. And so far for NRG, like, they feel like their A hits are working, right? They're pretty consistently able to get onto the A site, put the spike down. It's the post plants where it's sort of slipping away, and oftentimes in very close round states. And sometimes that can be the hardest to sort of work yourself out from that hole where things are going really well for most of the round up until they aren't. Sometimes it doesn't require a huge strategic change. Sometimes it's just the way you're talking together. Sometimes it's the way you're planning these late round moments.
Out of the last timeout, NRG went for a fast A hit. C9 fought into A main. They won off that round. They're going to do the same thing again, but NRG instead look towards B here.
I like they're going back into the same side again.
The thing with how NRG is playing, though, is that they're almost always taking a lot of time before they actually commit to these hits. The Yoru is TP'd back in. Another player as well getting out on his side. That's great out of net. The entry falls, and another out of net. Stalwart has an anchor. C9 hold the line flawlessly.
Bit of a throwaway round there from NRG, but still doesn't help you feel like you just got flattened running into the site. NRG, it is time to show up. They've got 4 ultimates to play with. C9 just kind of disrespecting on these deeper angles. NRG are walking on into him.
This goes here.
So it'll be NRG switching over to the other side of the playbook, running an A exact, although C9 getting up in here again with a quick dash over into the corner. Astrostar goes down, and NRG decide not to actually fight for the space, instead working into art with Mata.
C9 aware of the possibility, and they're going to re-clear this in force. NRG holding the line, finesse.
Nice.
Great double. The ult from Mitch could be good. There's a tag at very least, but a counter ult coming in. Brock finds finesse.
Nice.
That's lovely out of him, and Som doing well too.
Round just kind of fell apart there from C9 with NRG pivoting quickly out of A main. I think that's really nice. Last few rounds, they've seen that Net's been set up pretty selfishly on the sites he's playing with his tripwires. So after seeing the overinvestment that C9 took into A main, realizing, hey, there might not even be a trip in art. They can work into that space, wait for the reclear. Finesse finding 2 there, wins them the round.
So a nice call from them. Great work out of Brock as well. Making the on-the-fly call to go for that counter ult.
That was pretty, wasn't it?
It's been a long-awaited kind of prospect to have Brock in Tier 1. The last time he played it was technically called Challengers, but it was Tier 1 back then.
2022, right?
Yeah, he was on Ghost Gaming, and he was playing against NRG. Ethan on the team back then, before even his stint with EG.
Yeah.
Lost there, bombed out of playoffs with Ghost Gaming. Hasn't been back to Tier 1 since, but now he's here on a VCT America stage. Trying to bring this game back.
Dart quickly shot though from Net. Again, falling back into this anchor spot, this time calling Oxy into Street. The rest of C9 not quickly rotating.
You should run.
Instead, just happy to wait out this, and the camera timing just sees just about everything. They got the info on 3 and the Killjoy. Only the Astra unseen so far.
You want to fight it?
Cosmic Divide combined with the Killjoy lockdown. But C9 are going to go real quick on this retake. They're already out through the smoke into back. Almada wasn't ready. Zeppa's TP is lovely. And over the top, Zeppa! He almost hit that!
That was
insane! And he gets the 4th!
Oh my god! Zeppa's just doing tricks out there. Absolutely unbelievable. And now Som with 3 players lined up against him. 14 HP to his name. It's just not going to happen.
Give the man 5 more bullets, and he gets a 4K spray transfer. You don't see that very often.
That's just crazy. I feel like C9 are thriving in the chaos. They're so constantly able to get into these positions where they're pushing through a smoke. We saw them Fracture 2 or going for a TP flash combo. Seppa set that up himself.
Oh, that's so lovely.
Oh, 70 on the Astra there
My
too.
spray transfer doesn't fucking hit. Oh my god.
Oh, I'd be mad too. 9-2 though. C9 yet again arresting Energy's momentum.
Stingers on Mod and Brock. NRG needs someone to step up, but so far they haven't found a guy. Once again, testing into the art space. This worked for them the last time they went there, but that also came with a lot of early investment, a lot of presence shown from C9 into main. So they've got to use the drone this time, work their way into the space slowly. They have a couple of players waiting for them.
High-low setup for C9. Energy waiting for the smoke to dissipate. In goes the Neon adjustment as Mata swings in, sliding for a double on the Stinger. Will claim the A site.
My eyes are still on Vic, stuck in back secret. NRG taking their time. They're giving some moments for Som to creep down into connector. Som decides not to go for it, and the spam comes through from Mata. That's perfect. And get the spike down, fall into main. No smokes to worry about with Ethan dealing with net. This round is coming firmly into the grasp of NRG.
Only Oxy with an operator. But Mata's too prepared. A 4K from one of NRG's rookies gets them at least a third round. But that is still a brutal half to swallow for NRG. It was all C9 all day.
9-3 half there, and again, C9, the streak they put together at the start was just kind of crazy. Oxy finally feeling himself back on the stage, making it start to happen. We've come so far since that first map. Now C9 just moments away from clawing it back if they can shut out NRG.
In 2024, Cloud9 ended NRG's year with a comeback on Sunset to deny them playoffs. In kickoff, they 2-0'd NRG to send them down to the lower bracket, where they were eliminated far below their expectations in that tournament. And now here again to start stage 1, they have a chance to make it a three-peat.
And C9 have been letting them know it too. I don't think I've ever seen Net this vocal. He has been into it up on that stage, even with some of the tech delays and whatnot. That has not halted his momentum whatsoever. Ever since that start of the second map, that crisp NRG that dominated on their map pick of Lotus. Played a beautiful macro game, the micro working together has been largely absent.
So suffice it to say, this pistol round is a necessity for NRG to win. Good news though. T1 showed it at Bangkok. This comp is great on defense. The fast rotates, the duelists flooding into sites together. But they still have to put the pieces together to replicate it, and Ethan already darted out. He's probably considering that gate crash.
Yeah, he's all the way over on the A site now, as a matter of fact. Ethan didn't have a super hot first half on the Oru. And now this site really has just been finesse and Brock holding things down.
What are they cooking here? A fake into B, 3 players then walking street, and No one holding
Yeah.
that space from NRG.
The fake hit into the real hit, and NRG have sort of bid on it. As a matter of fact, Ethan's still sticking towards that A side of the map. See what Brock can do from up in tower, though. Smoked off the classic. You can't imagine it's going to be a lot. He's got a couple of shock darts.
It's damage onto Vic, but the plant will go down regardless.
Gonna combo the flash and the dart now coming on through.
2 players in backhaul for C9. That's the brunt of this hold. And the slide shut down by Zeppa. Another player taken care of. This man is a maniac. 3 kills from Zeppa. And the cleanest post plant you've ever seen for C9.
Zeppa has just been so good this year for C9. Another 3K for him. Like when he's on, this team's kind of unstoppable.
I don't know what he has against NRG. He had a life game last time they played. Stepping up big time this series as well.
I mean, turning the flash there, then re-aggressing on the same angle.
And that's the coordination in the post play.
Baby, let's go!
That was missing from NRG in the first half, right? T9 is so ready. Okay, a retake's coming in. They're gonna send the flash start. Here we go. I mean, it's just excellent from them.
Looks like a force from NRG trying to get involved, and a nice dart spots out a couple. The opener belongs to NRG. They can lean back into this A site. Keep your eyes in mid as well, because while Ned is trying to work into Art, Mata's sitting with a Bucky right up against double door.
Finesse also walked up down B long. So a lot of angles that C9 has to re-clear here if they want to head back that way.
And C9 really, with a couple of Phantoms, don't want to walk into these close spaces, so good of them to leave Net the only pistol on the team in Art. The other 3 are going to work down into B. As long as, at worst, it's a 1-for-1 with Finesse, C9 are still going to be in very good control this round.
And send Vic in first. Trade him out with the rifles.
Patience, Net. Jump the gun.
Finesse with an opportunity here. Clone through, he shoots the clone, and it blinds him up. It's 1-for-1. That's all right. Net, though, taking his time to walk all the way through Psalm. I don't think he saw him on that jump peak. And Net is in a real devious position
This
now.
is
Knows the Astra's
crazy.
here, but he gives away the game.
Oh no, and he called his team back over into the A site. There's 3 players here. C9 could decide to go into B, but still there's a Bucky back on site. C9 might just called themselves out of the round because they thought they had the perfect timing.
Mata, 10 seconds, a Bucky in his hand.
And they smoked for him.
But he doesn't make the play. Plant goes down uncontested. It's the 2 Phantoms to try and close this out. But Mata, he has been so patient in this position. But he might have missed his opportunity. C9's made it out. Pull has to be committed very early on. But there's not a lot of time bought already. Mata's Bucky takes care of Vic, and with Ethan holding things down, there should be no way for Mitch to get back into this one. Overwhelmed. And NRG win a eco round that was desperately needed.
Yeah, you know, we saw C9 do this to him back on Fracture, I believe. Now NRG give him a taste of their own medicine. That was the force from NRG. They were banking everything on this round. And Finesse finding the one there does good work, but really it all comes down to that lurk timing and Net just not managing to get that moment for his team to rotate back into him.
A second different. He could have gotten 2 kills. He opens up that site.
Even if he doesn't lurk, C9 just commit into the B site and play a normal post plant, and it works fine for them.
An unfortunate way for it to go. Still, lots of opportunities for C9 to close this one out, and they'll invest a little into some stingers here.
Oh, I love it. Light armor every round, every team always going for a half buy, never a full save. These rounds can slip away from me so quickly.
And they've already gained a lot of space.
What is that?
Yeah, that's a nice angle for Mata. Sees just Vic's head and takes it out of here.
He's Neon, so he's running super fast in a full squat.
Will crouching, yep.
Out of there. Sure, we'll let it happen. And NRG have fallen into this pattern a few times where they just leave a player back in spawn ready to, you know, rotate over into A or into B quickly.
And we'll talk about it. That's where they're headed. Oxy dashing into spawn. Hello! The Stinger is crazy in these moments. Ethan has Util in hand. Hello! You've got to be looking at Oxy.
But hold on, the spike is still on site. There's still 2 NRG members in secret with rifles in hand with a star placed on the ground. And now the smoke gives a moment for Zeppa to pick up that spike, but he's still got to fight through.
No flashes. No tools to get past this smoke.
No way they're walking
Are
it
they
out of
walking
here.
all the way back? They
They're
don't have
gonna
a lot
have to
of time.
start
20
running,
seconds?
and Finesse is gonna hear them.
Finesse is going to hear him, and he's going to beat them to the punch. This round comes down to Finesse. The turret looking to slow someone up, but is he going to contest the plant? He goes up towards heaven. Oxy! That's not legal! How does he get away with that? Now the plant is down, and the tides of this round have started to change. 2v2. Oxy backside on 5 HP. But a Cosmic Divide up forces the hand for C9. Oxy wants to stay on one side, try and hear a spike tap, but he can't commit to it. Instead, Som starting to hold things down, swing through, NRG mop it up.
I mean, respect to NRG carrying that round through, but having to use the wall to guarantee it. Also, Oxy? What? Where did that come from? The dash into Flowers, first of all, was crazy. Because remember, this is a bad buy from C9. They're also down in numbers without smokes. And then he went on the full run, then the boost up into heaven. Pretty sick stuff from the duelist.
Do not let yourselves fall. Recovering it.
NRG pry a couple rounds out of C9's hands. But it's going to be the first real rifle round of this game, and C9 looking to keep the pace high, already take fast control for A-Main.
NRG have pushed all the way down into B, showing a lot of that forward presence and then sprinting away with the Neon. Options to TP out quickly too. That's real up there with the camera.
Who's next?
Euro ult for Zeppa. He's going to work his way through art, set this up to be a split into the A site. Hunter's Fury trying to connect off of Zeppa's information, but doesn't really find anything. No, the last pulse, barely. Finds it, stag onto Brock.
Som's riding inside of the smoke on site, heard the TP behind him, but isn't ready for it. Zeppa's gonna take him down, but Finesse has already made his way into the site, racking him up before he falls too. Now a 2-on-2.
But the players from Energy are isolated. And Oxy's in a tough position to deal with. Ethan's revealed himself, and Oxy trying to find the right moment to swing. Ethan walks all the way back.
30 seconds left.
A tap on the spike, now a fight into spawn. They see nothing. Expect the wrap towards Flowers. Oxy ready on the angle, but where's that Yoru? Ethan's patient. Waiting in spawn. Letting Mata make the work happen. Good flash. Buying a lot of attention, and Mod has walked all the way up. Ethan baiting this one out perfectly, but the turn! It's just in the nick of time! It looks beautiful from NRG, but C9 dismantle in the 2v2.
Yeah, look, if Vic can't get that kill for another second, it's a 2K instantly for Mata. Turning it around on the flank. NRG done such a good job distracting there with Ethan's Yoru. But the second you get that kill, instantly you're turning around. You don't see anyone else in front of you.
Let's go! Yes, sir.
The march continues for C9.
It's going to be a big fight, A-Main.
Oh, you're not kidding.
Though hearing that Neon slide, C9 temper things for a moment.
Yeah, what about that big fight?
Might still go for it.
It's going to happen if NRG just don't leave Mata to die here.
But for now, he's alone. Does it matter, though? Gets a kill on the spam. Now he has to start to think about escaping. And he'll back his way out as his team re-clears through art back into mid.
Yeah, expecting C9 to move back there, but they still keep looking into Mata. Now a smoke's been called down, C9 realize they have no positioning on the map to play with. So maybe looking for a mid re-clear, could consider some attention down into B, but Net hasn't stepped into that space either.
He's been periodically checking his cam, though. They know mid is directly clear, but they have to be worried about art.
And this is a really annoying setup, right? You have the Sova just peeking in art, then all of a sudden you can have a flash swing from Ethan on the close angle.
Turret broken. C9 are just going to commit into B.
Finesse choosing to stick on site.
He's completely alone in this endeavor. A Yoru TP coming at him in just a second. He can't see a thing. Finesse executed in the back halls.
Keep your eyes on Oxy too.
He's trying to get active here in the post lane. He's trying to end things right here, right now. Mata, the only player waiting for him, and with his team finding kills over into Street, getting the job done there too. NRG have no position to try and retake into this site. Mata priming, getting ready to slide out into the site, but no one's waiting for Oxy in spawn. Deals with that nicely. And now the clock's starting to work against NRG. Zeppa still in back hall, but the smoke on the spike gets up to half now. NRG chooses to pull on out, but they go one in. Brock finds 3 with the Guardian, and he's gonna be able to hold on through.
Brock again, saving NRG. It's a second 2v2 that he's won for the team. I love the idea from C9 now. Oxy just drifting above, AC-130 in the air. That is all traded out. And NRG yet again stay alive in this game.
Kind of crazy that C9 have players in spawn, back hall, on site. And somehow NRG are still able to get out here with a smoke on spike and full stick. It's because C9 went for the safe defuse. Needed a little bit more of a trek to go back into that smoke in the positions they were playing.
That's going to break the economy as well for C9.
Get out of my way.
But Oxy still has the Blade Storm. Makes the round a bit more potent.
Outlaw in Ethan's hands. Oh, this is a good angle to play with too. Beautiful work, but can't secure the second. Still good enough to fall back.
And still on a great angle to recontest into long with that Outlaw.
Yeah, sets himself up with another teleport into backside too, so he can repost on this angle, picks him out of the sky. There's another one coming to you, buddy.
Mitch goes back in, and the punishment is there. Oxy with the Blade Storm wants to trade this on out. TP into back, although still, Ethan is found. Oxy would have loved to have found that second, though. Only has 1 bullet. But everyone but Mata is 1 shot to the Outlaw. There's still danger to this round yet.
I want what you're having. I don't see it yet. I don't fully believe yet.
They have to give him an opportunity. Someone has to mess up. But Oxy's hunting. Mata's the only man with full armor. And that's a wrong target to pick.
Some good shots from Ethan to open it up and went out in the anti-eco. But now is where the ult question starts to be asked, right? NRG have a Yoru ult to work with. Same thing for Zeppa on the other side.
Very nice shooting from Ethan. I think it was back on EG the last time we saw him playing the Yoru on this map. Timeout though for C9. This is a pretty critical round for them. Money's gonna be back up. Like you mentioned, they have a couple big ults.
Yeah, I mean, like the obvious ult play from C9 is you just run a simple exec with the Astral Wall and the Yoru ult, but I'd almost rather them use this Yoru ult to get information into mid and see if they can break open the map. NRG are pretty quick to fall out of space once they've been challenged by C9. I think using that dimensional drift to, you know, spot out what's going on in Art and Connector and Street, sort of forcing NRG to pick one side of the map to play on so that, hey, there could be an isolated finesse on one of those sites. He's usually falling into solo positions. I think C9 would do well for themselves to try and find themselves in a round state like that. Because the other thing you have to consider is NRG has some pretty powerful retake ultimates as well. You don't necessarily just want to run an exec, play out around 5v5 in the post plant. You'd love to, if you're C9, get things a little bit muddier, bring down the numbers for sure.
Mata still has a Judge in his hands. And it's going to be a similar setup for NRG. Leaving the double duelists over towards the B site to fight early for that space. And leaving all the stall util on A.
Yeah, tons of utility stacked here behind the Astra and the Sova. Gonna be hard even with the ults for C9 to accelerate.
They don't show much though initially. Just a dart to take main. And now, Yoru ult into the site.
There's 3 players here, Mimi. Yoru's already TP'd over.
Zeppa, he spots all 3 of them now. Knows they're all stuck in towards Secret here. Good flash to follow up. Oxy getting an opener. That's just diving through the Astral, but NRG holding strong. That's excellent from Salman Brock. Puts it down to a 1v3. And Vic This is a very tall task indeed. That spike stuck out in secret. Finesse swings in, and this time he gets the better of Vic.
I mean, Finesse isn't going to be fooled by a round like that. It's just too simplistic from C9. Oh, we've got the ults. Let's exec into the A site. Well, how do NRG punish that? Unload utility on the site, preset a teleport to get your Yoru over on that side of the map, and then abuse the fact you've got 4 bodies on this side to hide in some ratty corners.
And that's the first round where I feel like I'm seeing some glimmers of that map 1 NRG, who does a really good job of being one step ahead of their opponents, setting up the right crossfires, playing together in these chaotic rounds. They're gonna need more of that to finish this comeback, though.
It's like Ethan's got the read on the Outlaw, going for that one again. Similar setup this time for NRG. The one fewer Molly. This one just on default to catch a plant or catch a Yord teleport.
NRG super willing to give up space, though. Don't want to risk anything on this anti-eco. They have ults if they need to hit the emergency button and use some of those.
C9, they're throwing out the next teleport. Getting ready for the second phase exec into the site. Well, with it getting broken, I don't know if C9 are actually going to commit to this one. It's a hard one to go for. Another TP to try and fight into Art, maybe pinch in with net. Could be a cool idea, but no one's waiting for him.
Hunter's Fury? Oh, that's beautiful
Nice.
from Brock. Looking just like he did in Tier 2. With some excellent Sova utility.
That's what I mean, though. It's such nice push and pull from NRG. Yeah, Net's going to find a timing.
Enemy remaining.
But there's no way they can win this round.
Exactly. But again, NRG fall back away from that exec. Aren't getting fooled. And when C9 go for that, you know, little pivot into Art, no one's actually there.
Now they're ready with a high-low setup. Brock swings in, and it is a very clean anti-eco. NRG, they're looking alive in this second half.
This is where Finesse has to sort of bear down and keep trying to read. Okay, what does C9 actually showed him? Showed the double ult full exec into the A site, then just a regular old exec into the A site. Yeah, with a little bit of a slowdown in the mid round. But C9 almost threw away that next round by just running back a similar idea. Now, no real surprise, C9 moved their way over towards the B side of the map. Or finally, Mata might find some action. He's been wanting for that for a little while.
Look at the changeup, though. This time, the Killjoy setup has shifted to B. Finesse expects a changeup from C9.
It's a hard read, and he's leaving Mata's Neon playing backside. Usually Neon playing so much more forward. Now with the stun to fight through the smoke.
And I'm going to be honest, this looks just like some of the rounds from T1 when they were playing this comp. The Neon in this corner is devilish.
And there's this forward alarm bot that's just about to get triggered, too, so NRG know exactly what's going down.
Here he goes. Mata lets Oxy pass. Now he'll fight in for the second, and it's lovely. Still Oxy causing problems. He was left alive in backside, damaged Del, but Vic bails him out. And C9 have turned this round back on its head.
Oh no, problems for NRG. Ethan bought an operator. It's now a 2-on-3 situation.
But he has the ultimate.
I'll handle
He
Can
puts
pick up
his
a gun when he
trust
goes
in
through,
Psalm.
sure.
Careful here.
Spots out Oxy. Flash up. Oxy trying to fight ahead of it. They need to get the kill on this Jet, but Oxy's too good. Not baited by the clone. Fighting in for more. That gives one to Psalm. But he would need a hell of a clutch to win this now. Tap on the spike. Astra pull used. More util being committed for Psalm, but the dart, an ultimate. It's all bearing down on Psalm. And he's just trying to dance his way out of this one. Revealed by the ult and taken down by Vic. C9, series point.
Kind of miraculous that C9 were able to win on that exec. I thought Mata's positioning for sure had them.
You have to give so much credit to Oxy that round. It's pretty normal, let the dive through, fight the players in the choke, but Oxy does so much with that opportunity. Fights back in, gets 2 and back on, stays alive until the very end of this round.
Yep.
Nice, Vic. Good job.
And now, NRG, 2 operators? 9-12, that's the call for them. Mata pushing up into main with that, but the pullback star into the drone. You can't exactly dodge away from this, so throws up the wall, has to run on through.
If this comes down to a retake, 2 operators is brutal.
You can never let it come down to retake. You have to fight forward. You can't back away from these lines.
So Mata has to do everything. An opportunity against the Jet, but the dash. Already Oxy in deep, but through the smoke. Excellent. Stuns himself on the slide and somehow stays alive for a moment. He'll die finally. But that lockdown from Finesse is good.
Look at the minimap. Net is running into Connector. There's Vic going into Art. This map is about to blow up. Energy have read it. 2 players already proceed to rotate into the A site. Finesse is aware of what's going down and even choosing to have Psalm push forward into A main to greet these 2 players.
Psalm must get a kill here. Honestly, he needs more than that. He has to shut down this front of the approach, but he's already been seen by Oxy. In the smoke he goes. Trying to find an opening, worried about the pinch which is soon to come, but his team is so far away.
30 seconds left.
It has to be just him. But they've wrapped around, and they know exactly where Psalm is from behind. Oxy deals with him. And now it's Ethan and Finesse to try and save this round. Finesse, knife in hand, now pushing forward into the cage. And Ethan still across the map.
He's got a gun now at the very least, but still, Finesse needs to act quicker than Ethan's presence will allow.
And Vic is just waiting. A pull on the spike to end the round. Finesse has to make his move soon, but Net wrapped all the way through. Still, Finesse gets ahead of it. That's one, but now this flank becomes more and more of a problem. Finesse is going to try and pull. They're trying to body block. Can they succeed? Finesse is still sticking, but there's a swing in from main and the pitch from Oxy. Cloud9. Third time is not the charm. Yet again, they beat NRG, and they start their stage 1 with yet another win.
Even after faltering in that opening map, I mean, it looked like a tear gap after map 1. But what we saw from them in map number 2, Net, he was so active, right? How loud was this guy up on stage, just having such a good time. Zeppa constantly performing map after map 2.
And after a rough start to the series, a rough kickoff, Oxy comes up huge. 24 kills, 300 ACS. On the map 3 where he mattered the most.
Yeah, look, once Oxy's on the jet, once he's upping or outlawing or marshalling or whatever, it doesn't matter. This guy is going to be absolutely flying in server. That was on full display here.
C9 is one of the most doubted teams in this league, consistently. But they're proving yet again that their kickoff win against NRG, that was no fluke, that was no accident.
Yeah.
Remember, these are the group stage demons. They are always good.
True.
At the beginning of a season like this.
Also, yeah, again, C9, they got knocked out early in kickoff, but that was the most fraudulent bracket they ever drew. This team had to play G2 and then MIBR, number 1 and number 3. Nah, this team's here to play this stage 1.
That they are. A real tough pill to swallow, though, for NRG. The highs were great. They looked so good in that first map. It looked like they were finally going to live up to the promise that we were deprived of in kickoff. It was not up to task in these second 2 maps. I love the way that Zeppa and Oxy played together in this game, especially on defense, when they were retaking in, Zeppa taking these aggressive times to teleport as Oxy's dashing on the other side. It was such a great twist on that T1 comp that we saw at Bangkok.
Exactly, and it wasn't like C9 was trying to play like crazy rounds either. It was just very solid sort of tag team valor, putting those 2 players next to each other, constantly winning in their fights.
Yeah, you got to credit Mitch as well. I think having some really good calls throughout the attacking side, really putting it to Finesse.
Had a great work of it, especially when those rounds got like crazy towards the end as well. Like both teams are trying to do these constant pivots back and forth. It was just C9 with that edge time and time again.
And that was a very important game for them. Their strength of schedule is difficult in this group, but they have started things off with this win against NRG. And now we're very lucky to have Zeppa standing by with Dryad for your Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, guys. It was a close map number 3, but it's Cloud9 who get the win. Can we hear it for Zeppa after a very, very close series? It was insane. And Zeppa, you win against Energy in kickoff. Now you win once again. But something that we noticed in map number 1 and map number 3 was those Energy defense setups were really annoying to deal with. So how did he do it to close out this last map?
I mean, their game plan to start defense. I think their defense are very good. I think they're a very fundamentally well team all around. And I mean, after it was good that we started great on the attack side. Gave us like enough rounds to like find out what they like to do, and like have mid-game adjustments, and I think that helped.
And something that I want to talk about as well is you have played throughout your career so many different agents. We've seen you in the Duelist, we've seen you in Sentinel, Controller, we've seen everything, but this is the first time that we see the Yoru. So what is it like for you to play the Yoru, especially when you're alongside one of the best duelists that we have in the league with Oxy?
It's always great to have an excuse to run it down and just just have it like to run it down, flash, peek with my teammates, and I have Oxy, of course, who dashes in, and if I do go in first, he's getting 3. That's the plan. It's my job is easy. I just flash, run in, and hope for the best.
And I mean, the hoping for the best, it worked out for this win. Something that we noticed too is there was a lot of standing up, there was a lot of yelling, a lot of hyping up. Is this also one of the focuses that you have on the stage 1? Just have more energy and make sure that that's a way that you're playing that mental game against the enemy.
I think it's always been a focus with like every iteration of the team. I think everybody needs to have that person or have somebody to have that energy to, especially to bring up your teammates. I will say it was one of the focus for sure, and it helped that the enemy team started it first. So, I mean, we only brought it back.
Yeah, you're just answering back. I get it. And okay, next match is going to be against Leviathan. So tell me, how do you feel about them? They made some recent roster changes. Rossi's going to be on the team. So is there a rivalry there? What is it?
I mean, every game is also fun. I feel like NRG is probably a rivalry from everybody's perspective, and I'd say us too. It's obviously, it's going to be fun to play against Rossi and everybody else on the team. I think NoCom and Tex. But I mean, I'm excited to play matches every week now instead of waiting for a couple months. So that's that.
We're really excited to see Cloud9 as they continue to play on these matches. Thank you so much, Sipa, for the interview.
Thank you.
This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview, and we'll send it back to you guys.
I've got a bunch of different mice.
When you find the one, you know it's the one.
저는 이게 제일 좋은 것 같아요.
Look at this! Isn't this perfect?
누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Nossa partida agora contra a Cru já tá virando clássico, né?
Passa paranoia no cantinho, tenta varada em cima. O Twist já tirou o primeiro, tirou o segundo. Pancada, tá na tua mão! É vitória do Brasil, rapaziada!
Creo que es la tercera vez que nos enfrentamos, ya sabemos cómo juegan y obviamente un poco lo que sentimos todos, ansiedad, nervios, pero en la partida se van saliendo.
En contra de Shai, dale Shai, dale Shai, dale Shai, en contra de Kawansi, que se abre, que no...
El valor latino, amigos, la sangre latina surge en el mejor momento posible.
Yo creo que Pancada es un jugador demasiado frío y obviamente también tiene ahí que es campeón del mundo.
Vai brincando, Pancada, aproximando, deu a cara, o adverso foi eliminado. Passou a paranoia, o TP do Pancada para poder correr. E Pancada, acho que é gente pra cima, que era o round anterior, de novo.
Kesney, ele é tipo um ótimo duelista, ele tem muito talento individual, então é sempre um jogador perigoso, tem que estar atento nele.
Ay, que me apaguen a Twitch. Bien, Kesney. Por dos, aparece Kesney.
Loud contra a Cru já vem rolando há um tempo, já tem essa rivalidade, então vai ser com certeza mais uma grande partida aí para esse campeonato.
E é isso, a gente tem muita certeza do que a gente é capaz, só chegar lá e amassar esses caras y colocar eles no lugar deles y es o suficiente para a gente.
Mis sensaciones contra el partido de lado obviamente son altas. La verdad es que estoy emocionado por volver a enfrentarme contra ellos. Así que nada, quedan el mejor.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas and our second match on this opening day of Stage 1. We got Cruvisa going up against Loud and facing off for the third time this year. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside Brendan Wyatt. Now, here's the thing. We did a groupology earlier that really rattled us and shaked us to our core, okay? But this time around, we figured we'd take care of the other half of the field in the next segment of Groupology! See, look at that. Yippee! The performance, you got to add into it. All right, so Brandon, this time around, you are going to handle the Alpha group and hopefully aren't as insane as our colleague.
No, I mean, 11-1 is just some diabolical behavior.
Just don't get it. You just don't see the vision.
Behavior, but that's all good.
That's
okay,
fine.
what have we got? A minute on the clock? All right, I'm going to start off with a potential hot take. Let's do 100 Thieves at number 1.
Not a hot take. I agree with you, actually.
Agree with that?
That's not a hot take. I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah. 100 Thieves, I think, are going to be favored. You've already seen the second team I've selected, so I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm doing Loud number 2, baby.
Okay.
Listen, I believe in Digizine. I believe in that team to actually do pretty well, I think, week to week in terms of the prep, twist and turn and that sort of stuff. I'm going to go for Sen number 3. I think they're going to be trying to get over a bit of chemistry issues. They said themselves. They're going to be trying to get over some chemistry issues. What about 30 seconds?
That's a hot take to some. I don't despise this. In fact, I think he's playing it a little bit too safe.
He's playing a little too safe?
Yeah. Too safe? I mean,
you a punk?
EG4.
All right, well, listen, now we're getting...
You think this is a hot take?
Are we go on. Explain yourself.
I think Crew perform better in tournament systems rather than week-to-week kind of group stage systems.
So you're saying they won't even get to the tournament system?
I think if EG are given a week to prep, they're going to do well, and then obviously, unfortunately, 2G, you're going to be left at the bottom. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. That's it. That's my group.
There, but
I disagree with Crew. I don't think they should be 5th.
Yeah, I think that's diabolical, actually.
But you know what, though? The 100 Thieves one, that one is kind of base, and I actually do.
Yeah, that's another team that's going to perform well, I think, in groups.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and check in on Cruvisa and hear from the IGL Adverso, who spoke with Dryad earlier today.
Yeah, we're so supportive of Brent. Look at how you treated me. Crazy.
I'm here with Adversa ahead of match 2 of Stage 1. And Adversa, something that we saw Adam say in social media is that the team is looking good ahead of the split 1. So can you tell us what the preparation has been like?
Yeah, we train a lot in the off-season. I think we have to adapt against the meta. I think we do a really good job with that. And we are very confident because we have good results in the scrims, and I'm very confident for today.
Good scrims, and something that we've seen you talk about as well is that in the last few matches of kickoff, you found yourself and you were feeling more confident, feeling more like yourself, and what we see and we're used to seeing you on stage. So now that you found yourself on kickoff, are we about to see Prime Adverso for this split?
Yeah, you're gonna see Prime Adverso because I work a lot on myself. I I have to adapt in this league. It's really hard because all players are good, but I have to make my own story, and I'm ready for that.
I'm so excited to see the story. Best of luck today.
Bars. Absolutely. Love to hear it there. Adverso dropping it, letting us know. He's got to make his own story. That starts here today. Well, kickoff, Crew lost their opening match to Loud, but then they made a big lower bracket run, and they got the revenge on Loud, and also they were able to finish 4th, scoring a championship point in the process. Here is your Crew roster, and here was the journey that this squad took. And fellas, we came into this season unsure of what we were going to get from this Crew roster, but Wyatt, we definitely were pleasantly surprised, but also it made sense because these guys played so good at the closeout of last year too.
I, coming in, actually really had high hopes for Crew, and then was thrown off by their opening struggles. But then they rallied back, and especially, I felt once they started integrating some of the new agents, when you got Shy on Vice, when they were getting a little bit more experimental, and individually, they started to heat up, especially like Meltzer, Shy, aforementioned.
Yep.
That's when they turned it around.
For Crew, for me, honestly, the word that defines them is momentum, because they are such a confidence-driven, momentum-based team where after that 2G game in kickoff, they just went on an absolute heater and a tear, because so much of their gameplay doesn't come down to maybe occasionally a twist in the turn with a comp that they're playing, and it throws other teams for a loop, but they don't have fancy ideas. It's the gunplay, it's the foundations that they build their success upon, and that comes from confidence and them taking fights, and that's why I consistently, over and over again, I will say that Crew, they're always going to perform better in a tournament system, in a tournament function. When it goes to week, though, this is where you might start to see alarm bells ringing, I think, because the little twists and turns that they throw in that might throw off teams over the course of a tournament where you don't have time to counter-strap them, doesn't work too well on a week-to-week basis, in my opinion.
Okay, what do you make of that, Wyatt?
I think maybe the inverse of that is the fact that they just play some honest meat and potatoes, Valorant. They're not going to overcook on a week-to-week basis. They may not.
It's hard to burn a stew. You know what I mean?
They don't try too hard to switch things up, which can be a downside. But you know,
bit of turmeric.
You don't overheat. You don't overheat.
You know who makes a damn good stew? Melzer. I heard in the streets they were talking about it. But of course, Melzer, kept focusing on him for a moment there. This guy, genuinely, jokes aside, consistently good. He's brought so much to the table for this team, and that is going to be something, Brent, to your point that you were talking about with the week-to-week. You are going to need someone to be consistent, but the question is whether or not can they do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering with this Crew team, I think, is if they get a cold start every other week and teams are given the opportunity to look at their prior maps and see what they've been running, because honestly, a lot of their successes did come from the little twists and turns, where it's Shy playing Vice on Bind, which obviously isn't in the map pool anymore, but those little tweaks that they made overall to the metagame, at this point in the season, the meta is kind of solidifying, and players know what to play, teams know what to play. You're not going to get away with that as much, and it does come down to the heroics for a team like Crew, but you're right, to be honest, Wyatt. They are a meat and potatoes team. They live and breathe and thrive off those fundamentals.
I will say briefly about Meltzer as well. He has had a bizarre career.
Really?
The weird, the crazy ups and downs, the sometimes IGLing, then being like, I don't want to IGL anymore because I want to focus on my individual play. Sometimes looks like he can't hang with the rest of the pack. And then in kickoff, he's dropping like 26 for 8, just taking over games completely, hitting insane clutches. Like, very bizarre career trajectory, but it's kept them fun to watch. It keeps this Crew team fun to watch as well.
They don't need bizarre today. They need consistent, because on the other side of the field, they're going up against Loud. And coming into 2025, some people rank this Loud team very, very low. But
who was that?
Who did that? I'm there only as a supportive person. It's mostly these two knuckleheads, but I had nothing to do with it.
I thought you were throwing shade at Platchat when you were saying this.
I thought I mean,
I didn't realize that they did it on the official broadcast.
You know what's funny? When we actually did the rehearsal, I genuinely thought we were talking about Platchat. So yeah, but look how far down Loud is there.
I'm gonna.
Where did Platchat put Loud?
I wouldn't have done that.
I put them at the bottom because in the off season, they genuinely did not look good on any account. Within the regional tournaments in Brazil, they were worse than 2G. They were the worst team of all the VCT teams. And then they come in and completely flip the script. And they're, matter of fact, they're actually the best Brazilian. Well, they almost were the best Brazilian team. And then MIBR picked things up. But
it's getting a lot more competitive.
They look way better.
Yeah, it's getting a lot more competitive, in that region. But also, it's been great for us here in the Americas as well. But this Loud team, though, Bren, coming into this one, no one really gave them that time of day in the beginning. But now you got Loud that have established themselves. But you remember in the opening video, Pancada was saying, hey, we're fine being the underdogs. We're fine with people discounting us.
And the pieces are clicking, I think, for this squad as well, because they've been, at least in kickoff, they were really empowering Digizine, like making sure that he could play roles that he was comfortable with, putting an op into his hands when he's playing the Jet as much as possible.
Yeah.
But for a player like Pancada as well, who we saw glimpses of there, he's had a rough time of it as well. Like, you got to imagine that he's spoken quite candidly about his time playing in Los Angeles as well on a team that wasn't Brazilian speaking or Portuguese speaking and having struggles there. But now he's back in a team where he's feeling more comfortable. It shows. It's made manifest, I think, in terms of his gameplay. And when all the pieces are clicking, this Loud team, they're a dangerous team. They're a dangerous squad. They're going to be able to go toe-to-toe, especially if you're not bringing anything too special to the game ahead of time, which, Crew, I don't think you're going to be seeing too many twists in terms of the gameplay. Could be wrong with that one.
Could be wrong.
But if Loud go pound for pound in terms of just raw gameplay, it comes down to fundamentals, that gunplay, Loud should have I think they should have the edge, personally.
Well, when I do think of that gunplay there, the person that pops into my mind immediately is the Aura King, the man himself, Digizine, the man who I want to be when I grow up. He actually had an opportunity to catch up with Triad earlier on today. Let's take a look.
So much older than him.
Hey guys, I'm here with Digizine. I've hit up the second match of stage 1. And Digizine, the score right now against Crew is 1-1, as we saw in kickoff. What were the lessons that you learned after you got eliminated by them to make sure that you win today?
Cara, eu acho que a gente aprendeu uma coisa muito importante, que é entrar mais ligado no nosso jogo. Querendo ou não, a gente ficou um pouco apagado e os caras são talentosos, então eles aproveitaram bastante esse meio que apagão nosso. Hoje vai ser totalmente diferente, a gente se preparou melhor. A gente identificou alguns erros que estavam acontecendo na nossa equipe, tanto de comunicação, estilo de jogo, mudamos bastante coisa. Então é isso.
We learned a lot. I think we learned that we have to pay more attention, be more focused when starting the game. They have a lot of talents over there, so we also worked on communication and bringing the tactics to the game.
And I know it, you know it, and everybody knows that there's a rivalry with Crew, and you talked about it recently. Is that rivalry gonna fuel you to win the match today?
Cara, eu vou ser bem honesto. Deus está tocando no meu coração para não falar que eu queria. Eu sinto alguma coisa, isso é fato, mas não vou deixar que isso transpareça novamente de uma forma negativa. Deus ama todo mundo, e é isso.
Well, I'm gonna be very honest. God touched me, so I'm not gonna say what I really think. But you know, just God loves everyone. That's it.
There's nothing else to say. Back to you guys.
Oh boy!
Listen, I'm going to say what I really think.
Take the high road.
I don't know what that is.
Very valid.
Very valid. I can tell you right now, the translations.
Yep. No, that was very mature of him. And that's why he's the man that you want to become for moments like that.
It's the Duolingo was coming up clutching me there a few times. It was great. In any case, though, folks, let's continue forward and keep the conversation going about Digizine, because Wyatt, this guy, he really does bring a lot to this team. Whether it's the slays, whether it's his confidence, he has a lot.
And it's definitely the opping. He was insane with that weapon during kickoff. And I was kind of talking when we were on Melser that he's had an odd career trajectory. Digizine's past few years have been tumultuous as well. He had his debut with Furia in the first year of VCT, and he finished in the middle of the pack of Duelists. Definitely had some big high matches though, especially early on. But last year wasn't in the league. He was competing in challengers in Brazil, and the team he was on, they didn't make it to Ascension. They won, I believe it was Split 1, and then they fell off hard. And wasn't necessarily expecting him to get right back into the league, have an opportunity like this. I think his career was a bit in question, but he showed out. He's showing that he more than deserves to be here.
Yeah, no, and if anything, we are getting spoiled with this one because we're going to get Digizin going up against Keznit. I mean, you heard the guy in the video, right? I mean, he's talking about himself. He's a god, for goodness sakes. This is going to be an excellent game. This is going to be an excellent matchup here. Keznit, every single time we have a crew matchup, we talk about Keznit because he's just that guy. Yeah. He's an X factor for this player, Bren. He brings it every single time he's in the server. But to kind of what we were talking about, how does this play out going up against a very game Loud?
Well, I think, listen, Digizin is, taking that high road in terms of this rivalry that is between him and Keznit. I respect that. There's a lot of maturity there in the ways that he's handling it. But I can tell you right now, he's not going to be taking that recent loss that they had to Crew lying down. They are going to be coming back into this game, and Digizin in particular, I think, in terms of this head-to-head, he's going to be wanting to just put out absolute fire against this guy because he knows they can go toe-to-toe with him. They already bested him at the beginning of kickoff before they ended up playing that rematch once more, and Keznit got the better of it once more. But either way, it's going to be explosive. Might even be messy at times, but I am really looking forward to it, genuinely.
One of the cool things as well, as we're heading into such a defined meta, is that these are two guys who weren't playing Yoru, they weren't playing ISO. They're on the good old-fashioned Jet and Raze, and I wonder if they're going to try and just stick to that or try and lean into some of the agents that are really prevalent for duelists.
What does it tell you?
Comfort. Meat and potatoes. No, genuinely. We're back to the
gravy.
Meat and potatoes Crew Valorant.
No gravy?
Yeah.
We're not adding gravy? Maybe a vegetable, maybe broccoli on the side?
I'd be a bit concerned.
Fiber?
I would hope. They need the fiber.
What?
Fiber?
What?
The fiber haters on the broadcast?
Drink your fiber, people.
That'll hurt you later on in age.
That'll hurt you.
That'll hurt you.
All right, well, look, let's move forward, though. More players, of course, to highlight on this team. Crazy enough to say this, though, because we've been following his career literally since he came into the VCT, but a mainstay of this Loud lineup. A veteran now, I would say. Cowanzine has been on this team for a couple seasons now at this point. But the thing about this guy in particular, though, is that he's always just been a reliable hand for this team. And I think that something like this paired with a very angry, very ready to go Loud Wyatt, I think very much can be a recipe for success for them.
Absolutely. I was really impressed by him in kickoff. He was untradeable. In all of these clips you're watching, he was multi-kill Marvin. No one could actually trade him. It was insane.
Yeah.
The amount of times he would come up getting the first, swing comes in from the second guy, he wins the duel again. That was one of the best tournaments I think he's ever had, genuinely.
Yeah, for sure as well. It feels like only yesterday as well, we were talking about Cowanzine being a rookie coming in.
It's crazy.
This roster as well, but that's just showing the young status, I think, at this point. Just talking about that, rolling back the years, wondering like,
whoa, I remember back then.
What happened to the team I love? But no, he looks good. He was looking good in kickoff, and if they keep this going, the thing with Loud is I'm so high up on this team, just inherently, because when the pieces do click, when everyone is playing in top form, when you see Prime Pancada, Prime Cowanzine, Digizin in his top performance as well, because you were talking about Digizin's history, I don't think he should have ever left Tier 1 personally. With the way that he played on Fury, he was the standout player back then for them in pretty much their entire takeaway from that year.
Yeah.
So I'm high up if the pieces come together, and so far I've seen evidence of that because everyone had low expectations for them, but they performed above and beyond, I think, at kickoff, even though they did end up falling below where they probably wanted to.
Yeah, no, of course. Now, earlier, though, we did get an opportunity to talk with Keznit about Pancada, a player that he's had an opportunity to face many times in his career. Let's check it out.
Yo creo que Pancada es un jugador demasiado frío y obviamente también tiene ahí que es campeón del mundo. Fue uno de los mejores jugadores que en mi época, o sea, en mi tiempo, que yo creo que fue una de las piezas más importantes junto a Aspas. Creo que es un jugador que le da mucha calma al equipo, por lo que he visto también en las redes. Siempre trata de como calmar a los jugadores de Loud. Creo que es un muy buen compañero de tener. Y nada, obviamente bacán enfrentarse a gente que, no sé, por ejemplo, a él que que ha sido campeón del mundo y darlo todo contra él, porque es como uno de los rivales a vencer.
An ice cold player, indeed. Lots of respect there. We'll see what happens. But let's.
This is sickening.
This
is making me sick to my stomach.
Address the elephant in the room here.
This is making me want to change my pred. I don't think anyone genuinely believes that this is one-sided who predicted for Crew.
No.
It just so happens we all went for Crew.
I just feel good about Crew. I don't know. I just picked Crew. Like, I don't know.
I
Does
do
that
as
make
well.
me crazy?
I like this Crew roster a lot, and I'm excited to see more of Adverso as well. He was fantastic in Challengers in the Ascension tournament. He started ramping up in kickoff, but I think he's got more to show. He's trying to finish his story, whatever he said.
Okay, Cody Rhodes, relax.
Something like that. I don't know what he said, man.
Yeah.
But it got me hyped up.
It was cold at the time.
That was
At the time, 10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago.
But Brent, you were the sole loud choice.
Yeah.
Sure you were?
I've already spoken to Def about it, man, because honestly, the pieces are clicking for this team. There's been a long break since we last saw these teams compete. I could be pleasantly surprised in terms of them choosing to experiment, but I have more confidence in Loud on a week-to-week basis that they're going to come in with very good ideas. They've had a long time to prep as well. They're going to come out strong here into this matchup here today. That's my gut reaction, my gut feeling with this one, because Crew, they're just a momentum-based team. I don't want to have to keep rehashing the same points I was making.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's true. They are a momentum-based team, but could the story change? A lot of talk about stories today. Well, we'll see how it all plays out. Turn the page on the next chapter. I don't know. Use a book reference. Who cares? Point is, let's send it down to the stage. Let's bring out our two squads.
Bruh. Hey.
All right, now let's go ahead and bring out your first team to the stage. Feeling the music, it's Crew Visa. And got to give a special shout out to the Crew that's in the crowd. The squad that's always rolled deep for the Crew's team every single time, showing their support for the boys here.
Some of the most passionate fans.
Yeah,
gotta love them.
Yeah.
And the song is a bop.
It's a move. You can't see us right now, but the hips are moving behind this desk.
Get me in the club.
GB's got a lot to shake.
I do. I got a lot to shake. Baby. Puerto Rican, you know what I'm saying? All right, let's go ahead and bring out your next team to the stage. You know them, you love them. It's Loud. And Loud have a lot on their shoulders, but I think this is a squad that is more than ready to meet the moment. They have some heavy hitters on this team, guys who've been on it for a minute, world champions, everything you could possibly ask for, all the goods, Brand.
Walkout music that makes me want to run through walls. I mean, it's just this Loud team, I'm telling you. They do have it all, and I've got high hopes for them still for this particular matchup here. I really do hope that we see them put their best foot forward here in a matchup against Crew. I know that they're not going to like that Crew bested them the last time they ended up playing once more. This is really kind of cementing itself almost. Listen, I don't like calling rivalries too early, but there is a rivalry here. Just in terms of the history between the players and the teams.
Yeah, we've been doing this for a couple years. Yeah. There's a rivalry. Here you go. Here are your series layout. Your bands, Ascent, Icebox, Pearl, and Lotus. But your maps, you have Fracture and Haven. And if necessary, we will take a trip to Split. Fracture and Haven. Interesting.
This is a beautiful map pool.
Yeah, this is an honest map pool.
Maps to get in.
These are like three of my favorite
love
maps.
Fracture, love Haven, love Split. I'm here for it.
I'm not mad about any of this. No. What a great day.
And I'm curious as well about what we're going to see in comp-wise. I mean, Fracture should be pretty par for the course, I think, in terms of what these teams are playing, unless we see that experimentation. But Neon is becoming a bit of a staple as well. I remember Digizine's Neon. I don't remember the last time we saw him bring it out, but that used to be a staple in terms of what he could run. It's one of the reasons I've been so high up on the guy, is in terms of his flexibility on those duelist positions. So we could see them flex a little bit into that some more.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see Keza just playing Raze. Good old-fashioned Fracture activity.
Trying to get some
I'm also definitely expecting these teams to both be on the Teo Breach stuff. Live were actually one of the first teams to bring it in kickoff. They were off the jump running it. Or Crew, they never really leaned into it, but at this point you have to expect they're going to, right? They're not a team that's going to be playing double duelist in my mind.
I took a look.
Who would even?
I saw the comps.
Was it Teo?
There's some Teo. There's Teo in the mix.
I mean,
it's not much of a spoiler.
You want another one? Brimstone? Brimstone on Fracture. Oh, who's expecting that?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll see what happens when players take a seat. We'll get ready with that agent select and get moving with that. But, you know, there is certainly going to be it's the start of the season, so if there is a trip you'd rather happen here than any other point in the season. But man, it just feels like between these two games in this particular match and Crew already having that point would be massive for them to add second.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a bloodbath, though, to be honest. Fracture just inherently lends itself towards it. These two teams are not going to be shying away. They love to take fights, to be honest, as well. I will say that. Straight up, the honest Valorant, that meat and potatoes that we keep referring to as stew is simmering.
The stew is simmering, man.
ingredients.
We need to settle what the meat and potatoes are. Are we throwing it in the oven? Are we putting it in a stew? Or are we putting it in the grill?
He's sending it to the stew.
He's putting it to the stew, bro.
Like, listen, meat, potatoes, garlic, turmeric, good for the gut biome.
I'm with it, you know, with some nutrition, some good old-fashioned nutritional advice here on the analyst desk.
Talking about bananas.
Dude, that bracelet is shining. What the? Dujazzy is Oramaxing for sure.
I hope that the weight of that bracelet doesn't affect the aim or the movement. Was that his left or his right?
That was the left. That was
okay,
the
so
left.
he should be good. Should be good. But his left arm is probably jacked.
Honestly, that might be why he has such a slow sense. He's weighed down. He has one of the slowest mouse sensitivities of any player in this league. It is pretty wild to watch him.
Yeah, and you see him play, and it doesn't feel like that, you know? Like, the guy moves so quickly out there. Now, of course, we do have a little bit of a delay up there. I know you guys can kind of see, you know, our staff working with the Loud guys there to get things sorted out. Once we have everything all ready to go, we will jump into the matchup, and we thank you all so much for your patience today. Obviously, you know, it's the first day, you know?
Yeah, what else are we adding to the stew, though? That's what's important.
I mean, brother, you gotta put some onions in there. You know, you gotta put some onions.
Onion, of course.
Yeah,
garlic.
Garlic.
Throw that one in.
Yeah, you're big on the turmeric, though.
Turmeric. I mean, a little splash of
it
turmeric.
It stains a lot of the
admit.
kitchen, just so you know.
We have agents. We got
agents.
That is exactly what I expected.
Yeah, it is.
Happy to see more Shy on the Vice.
Yeah, he was great on that.
Demonic on that agent, and I don't think I'll ever see Kesna not play Raze on a map where Raze is good.
I
don't know. I'm not mad at that.
I'm a little sad no Waylay, though.
He's goated.
I'm a little sad. I know we weren't going to get it, but, you know, a boy can dream.
And we did sit in there as well. So,
hey,
called it out.
Listen, Djazzy used to be also demonic on this agent. It was a staple for him back in the day. And part of that flexibility was why I've always rated him pretty highly. I was surprised to see him not have a place in the league in prior years. But here and now, the Neon on Fracture, what I do know is you're going to be able to take fast fights rapidly, following the noise cues on Fracture, whether on defense or attack. It's going to be hard to keep up with that pace, I think, as well. Crew are going to be tested in terms of the fundamentals of how they are fighting back against it. Just every time I see a Neon play, and we've literally just seen Cloud9, the exact same thing.
That's what I was about to say. The way that Cloud9 were able to flood back into those sites on defense so rapidly, it was booming. NRG, and then obviously the
how many booms?
Crazy face.
How many booms,
bro? That's got to be dead by now, right?
Dead by now?
Is that over yet?
Yeah, probably.
If I do it, it's over. So let me not do it. Let me not kill it for the people out there. There is definitely something to be said about what we saw in that C9 game and how I can maybe tell a story of what we could end up getting in this one. But also factoring in, right, these two teams, very different, very, you know, the way that they approach the game, you're probably going to be different in this situation.
It's honest Valorant. Fracture is also going to be leaning its way to that one as well because you're almost incentivized just to be taking map control constantly as a defending team. You always want to be pushing out, at least clearing up one of the question marks on the map, taking some space so you can make either a retake easier or maybe get a pick-off, turn it into a 5v4 at some point as well. It's a fun map to watch when the teams are leaning into how aggressive you really can be, which I think both of these teams should be.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Absolutely.
Do want to let everyone know real fast, though. Another, you know, we got that little delay if you're just joining us. Don't worry, we're going to be jumping to the action very quickly. You see the players getting loaded up into the game. Go ahead, Wyatt. Sorry about that.
What was I going to say? Oh, no.
Topsy-turvy camera movement. I'm not going to front. Gave me a headache. But see what happens. Next time. Oh, man.
I was actually going to mention earlier, though, we haven't really spoken about Vinny, but I was impressed by him back in kickoff. He even had some solid individual maps coming in as an IGL for the first time in Americas. A lot of pressure on him. And then reuniting with Pancata and Djazzy, and those three were teammates together way back in the day. If you want to get the tomes out.
You want to get the stone tablets out? Back in the olden days, Djazzy played with Pancata. You can find those tomes in the mountaintop.
That'll come up on Valorant Trivia.
Indeed. All right, folks. Well, you don't have to hear us yap anymore. Let's send it over to your casters to get into the action. It's my boys. You got Riv and Vansili on the call.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And, Guy, we are eating good today. According to the desk, there is so much meat and potatoes in this game we'll eat for years.
No potatoes for me. I just started keto last week, so unfortunately just meat, but it's still going to be good, right? It's still going to be good. The thing is, though, we're talking about Crew and Loud now. It's already the third time that they've met, or they're meeting against each other.
This year.
Just in this year in 2025. Although the last game was unfortunately a loss for Loud that might leave a little bit more of a sour taste, because that was the game that got them eliminated into the kickoff playoffs. And also, it didn't allow for them to get top 4 to guarantee an extra point into the championship race.
That's going to sting a little bit, right? You're thinking kickoff is a point where we can get our points and we'll do good, and they just fall to Crew in the end. Desk was talking about a big point on that is Melzer plus 20 throughout that series of their lower bracket 3 running kickoff. So if he can bring that with the momentum of what Crew usually does in the beginning of their maps, I think they could start off pretty good, but that's all speculation.
That's definitely the thing that could really stop Loud to have a good start. But the good thing is that we're starting off on Fracture, a map that these two teams have not played at all in 2025. In fact, it was actually a permaban for Crew and for Loud, if not being that second ban. So yes, although we go into the quote-unquote meat and potatoes of this map, and it's just a standard comp pretty much on both sides. Exactly. But at the same time, for the coaching staff and what they could develop throughout the pause that they had between Bangkok and now, they could still develop some good strategies with these compositions.
All right, wall's about to drop. Let's see where we're going. We're watching Digizine, a few of those Haven clips where he was able to run the operator and run Crew last time they played. So on the Neon here, it's going to be much more in your face. We'll be interested to see if they actually try to get that big purchase on him as we look towards A to start things off here.
And you're already seeing how Crew are very, very active around the map on the defensive side, something that was their signature going into the kickoff.
Quick kills coming down through halls, still going for the trade though. Melzer's going to try to stand tall as DG is there to clean up the last one. Limping about. Kalazine comes up with a big frag there, instantly solidifying the last one onto Shy as he was trying to rotate into the site. So all towards A, a little bit of split between north and south side there, and Loud come up pretty clean on that first pistol.
And it's a great start and a strong start that you want from the Loud side, the Loud camp. And when you're looking also at the head-to-head of these two teams, we're also mentioning at the desk or even in the community itself during this kickoff period that these two teams weren't too elaborate in terms of their compositions. Crew played a little bit more traditionally. Loud maybe tested out a little bit of the Tejo and Breach until they went back into like a Sky on that split map. But now you see here the development of these two teams, what they're trying to bring out to the table after this month of practice. And once again, just a little bit of a stall in the beginning here from Crew just to make sure that they could control at least 1/4 of this map of Fracture and not really allow Loud to press forward in the beginning.
Interesting by Kalazine. Dips over to the other side of the ropes and threw his mollies out from that side. So Crew sees mollies now from top side, the Tejo salvo, and they come back to the south side now. So they're wondering what's the arcade play, what's going to happen when Cloud is really just here looking to attack from the bottom side.
And that's why they're still playing towards the spawn. You are playing an anti-eco. You want to make sure they're not pushing against you. Also on the attack side, Tuiz is playing the Cypher, so he's playing the camera on the top side. And as soon as it gets broken, that's the call. The green button for Loud to hit towards an open site over towards A, which is great. They're still dotting their I's and crossing the T's to make sure that you clear towards the top site. But the post plan should be looking fairly easy here for the Loud side.
And they stick together. Weapons they want to be able to cover a trade. Okay, Paul, next one. They're just skeet shooting out top as they try to come out of rope there. 3 for Vinny as the Vandals and Bulldog 2 come up big.
And you want to see that coming out from your IGL as well. Rookie year coming out for Vinny on the side where a lot of pressure and questions were coming in for this player. I mean, you've lost Sadak over on Loud side at the beginning of the year, and now Vinny steps in and he had some pretty decent calls going into kickoff. He had maybe one map that he was able to call well against the Sentinels, lost, but it's still a map that they got against them, and that brings that confidence. Now you're seeing that he's very clean on the shots too, and at least now in round number 3, it's not really looking like the strongest or a weak bonus for Loud. They have 4 rifles and a Bulldog against a full gun run from Crew, so it is about to get fairly bloody.
Yeah, Crew wants to go aggressive. They say, okay, we need info on what Loud is doing. If they're going to try these tricks around the map, already playing underneath Loud is towards the B side as they go to join with Tuiz here through the arcade push. All right. Quick denial there. We saw Kesnet and team with the idea to already start orb farming onto A. So Crew's feeling good in the beginning of these rounds.
Even though that the wall has been popped and the orb has been picked up on the side of Loud, it hasn't triggered a rotation out of Crew yet until now finally the first wave of util comes out from the attack side just to say, hey, we're trying to create this pressure. Smoke's already coming out, and it seems as though from Crew's side, though, they do want to play the retake.
These slow activations, right? We already see the Vice util being used, but it's a very slow walk in here as Vinny finally gets the positioning. The team's still quite on the outside.
Interesting. It wasn't really affected by all that util, but maybe the spam scared it a little bit. So that might falter with the lineups and the positions that they might have in a pulse plan for Loud.
We still have the Molly down low. Oh, actually, Pancada's Molly's down, so they'll just have the stimmy on that. Cowanzine, though, ready with the post plant, and now the attempt from Crew to come in. They're trying to deny the angles. They know where Pancada is. Oh, just the backs. The shots cannot be finalized right now. And those are very early salvos coming out that's trying to deny, but Loud's still going to be able to hit the shots as they move into the site, and Crew has no chance to find out where those shots are coming from.
A very strong pulse plan by Loud. Although you get the plan from Vinny that activated the Rolling Thunder pretty much, he was already taken down. So you're talking about these lineups, these post plant utilities that would be very good for both of these compositions, rather, in these post plants on Fracture. A key piece was already taken down. But the thing is, on a retake that you just saw here from Crew, they were missing a little bit of those smokes. They maybe didn't have any left, but there was just so many open angles that allowed Loud to set up good crossfires, good trades, and again, just a very clean pulse plant setup.
Let's see how they keep this going. If they're still doing distraction, again, Cowanzine throws the salvos off from the top side of the map and instantly rides the rope back, but another push, this time from B on Crew, and they are thwarted instantly.
And it's good looking on the side of Loud. They've tempoed different ways throughout these 4 rounds. A lot more defaulting in the very beginning. They played all the way back towards the spawn, but this time they wanted to disrespect the smoke that was dropped down by Crew on that side, just to let them know, hey, you can't start taking control here of your defensive side against us. Something, again, that they've been really good at. When Crew won that 2-0 against Loud, a lot of it was around the good rotations, the aggression that was coming out from Crew, the extremity control that was coming out from the side.
And they usually do it from the defensive sides. It's like they're a little more comfortable on the retakes, how they play it here. They try the early part of the round. You got to give Loud credit for understanding there's going to be a bit of a push strategy coming through, and they handle it very well. There's going to be a Planet A and a wait out on these timers. So good positioning, good money right now here for Loud. They feel very comfortable, especially with where the ults are going to start hitting. They have Cowanzines coming up soon. So Crew is definitely going to have to formulate something, either on the retakes or figuring out that Loud's doing this Cowanzine salvo at the top of the map first to really throw them just for a loop in the beginning.
And the good thing about this position right now in the post plant for Crew, I mean, they're not going to die to spike. They're just looking for exits or just hopefully die to their opponents so they don't only save 1,000 credits into the next round. Maybe Mazzino wants to make sure that he saves at least a Vandal. Shy gets one, but at the end of the day, it's the time that you have to be able to discuss a little bit more going into the next rounds to try to salvage some rounds back on your defensive side. Because at this point, you're seeing that when Crew's trying to play this flood retake, there's not enough utility that allows for them to get safe haven passage into the start of the retake, and they're just getting fully punished by Loud. So this is why I think this is perfect here for Adam to call the timeout so they could start that conversation to see how they could leverage that a little bit more, how they could be a little bit more cohesive in these retakes, because if not, this is looking to be a very one-sided Loud attack side.
And I wonder what he says, right? Because Vinny has actually kept Loud on the bottoms, the south side of Fracture the whole time. We've seen once Tui's kind of go through Arcade, and they met Tui's underneath B, but now they have the conditioning of hitting the sites from the south side. Will they start going more towards the top, playing with those salvos that Cowanzine has? So nice job by Vinny to kind of be able to make this work A-B just from that bottom.
Yeah, and if anything as well, Crew, when they were trying to go for the aggression, it was a lot on just 1/4 of the map. Remember the eco they had, they pushed towards the A side, and when they went for the second eco, they just had 3 players push down towards tree. That was all punished. But this is a perfect map that allows you to have a pincer maneuver on both sides, and you have a perfect composition to be able to do so for Crew on your defensive side. And you know, again, the aggression and how good Crew could be in these trade possibilities, trade capabilities, and the fundamentals of the teamwork. They could definitely start dictating that pace a little bit more to show that they're not afraid of the scoreline that's being shown so far from Loud.
Cowanzine doesn't change a thing. See if Loud tacks onto this. Actually, Tui's is going to be there this time too. So looking at Crew's side now, again, like you're saying, they go for this push, see if they can refine it just from that B side. They are going to meet up with Pancata, Vinny, and I believe DGZ over there. Oh, they had big plans for this.
Here's a pinch on the other side too. The drone's coming out, and thankfully you're playing from spawn, so the rope's good for you to rotate back.
Good pushes from both sides. A nice pincher in here as they finally get the aggression onto Loud, where Loud has to scramble. Now they're playing a little sweaty in this round as it's all the audible. They have to get themselves into a position now, and this push from Tui's could be the kingpin that turns it back in their favor.
Although they look like they're in a disadvantage, they have great utility to work with. Look at how far Tui's is pushed inside the spawn.
There's Rolling Thunder comes back through. Kawanzin turns. They're going to have ultimate there as well from Armageddon. If anything gets too sticky on this one, they use it right away, Vans. Oof. Again, Melzer looks for the shot. Kawanzin getting that. The trades just are not there for that man, and he'd probably get the second one with the way he's been playing. But now it's up to Adverso. These rounds, he has been able to clutch before, but at 2 HP, it is a very tall task. And the drone just waiting him out. They know he's behind the column, and they're waiting for the sound.
And there's not enough time. I mean, you got 2 HP, and at this point, Kawanzin's going to attempt to allow Adverso to save his weapon.
Okay.
Silver lining for that at least, but just mentioning that position on the pulse plant. Unfortunately, a 5 versus 3 scenario that was lost by Crew, but it's because of that plant that came out from Vinny out towards the A site. He has a Rolling Thunder already propped up. You're playing in a range that you're setting up for the Rolling Thunder to do hero plays. This position, from Tui's doesn't allow for the rotate to happen. They might catch some players off guard with a knife out, but they already knew that there was going to be some sort of pressure coming back from A main because of the early pincer maneuver that was displayed by Crew. So very good heads-up calls by Vinny in the mid-round and into the pulse plant. That doesn't allow Crew to find any type of footing so far in this first half.
And that's another gun round down for them. See Kesnet trying to get some purchases in because of that money that's been kind of flowing into his pocket, but Loud has full control over this game. They almost feel that Crew is pushing themselves a little further to get these first shots, find the first bloods, and it is just coming up everything Loud. Spike's still down here as they just kind of default around, but they do have Kawanzin finally holding the top side of the map, and they didn't use those early salvos this time.
Yeah. And Crew's probably on their 7th page of the defensive strategies now into scenario C, another eco. At least I hear rifle in the hands of Kesnet from that weapon that was saved from the previous round from Adverso, but it's turtling up towards the B site, anticipating a push and a split towards B, but unfortunately the read wasn't correct. The stack wasn't at the right spot, but at least the rotation's quick enough for them to retaliate as soon as all of this utility from Loud gets expelled from the A site.
And I think fundamentals here for Loud is perfect, right? They're just stopping any angle that could be attacked. Fault line there over the rope. In goes Digizine and nobody can pressure it. They have the space. They rinse and repeat with simple utility to keep taking small areas. And it makes it so hard.
It is. There's a trip. There's a smoke. There's another smoke. There's not enough util from Crew to counter back as a team, and they're going to cross towards the finish line where, again, the crossbars are out from Loud.
Again, the backup for Pancata. If any trouble is had here on Sands, they're going to have the high-low, or literally front and back, if you will. And Team Ace coming in for Loud there as they are clicking here. 6-0 to start off on Fracture.
We were talking about how Loud potentially had a sour taste in their mouths. But the Des was talking about simmering and cooking, and I guess it tastes pretty good so far, a little 6-0 for the Loud side.
They've been doing so much work, and everything is being executed so quick. This one in eco, so they feel very comfortable to get into position, but they're set up to defend each other in these plays as well. You do not see Loud with their back to any angle Crew has. They're always a step ahead, and Crew cannot figure out how to stop that. Here, right past the salvos, and in again, it's relentless coming in from Digizine. He's going to keep going there. Takes down Kesnet. Adverso. A is clear again. Oh my gosh.
And you're facing 4 players. You're running outside of the smoke. There's 4 players there out from Loud just greeting you. Hello and goodbye. And now already potentially, yes, definitely goodbye from the A site. As you already see Shy and Melzer rotating back to save here. Weapons and ultimates. So we're talking about now potentially, thankfully, into the 7th round that you have ult cycles and weapons to work with. That could maybe be the saving grace for you to start and kick something up here for Crew's side. But I think also the next step could potentially start bringing out an operator from Kezen on the defense. But the thing that's good from Loud is how they're currently playing on the post plan, chasing for the kills. The economy continues to stay quite low on the side of Crew, where they can invest into these type of utility and weapons.
Right. I do agree. One of the ways to shut down somebody just screaming around the corner is with the op, that hard angle hold. We see Digizine kind of breaking the timing of what Crew wants in their defense each round there on Sands, but we end it B anyways. You see kills across the map as Loud as not just keeping it to one side here. They feel comfortable across the world right now on Fracture. And it's going to be a Guardian buy-through for Crew here, so they can at least grab a round partial way through on this first half.
Loud good on protocols, Loud good on executions, Loud also very good at hide and seek, because they're just keeping, they're finding everybody. They're finding Crew hiding for these weapons, trying to save these weapons, and they're just taking it away from their hands.
This Vinny and DigiZ combo just seems unstoppable. Like anything happens, you get a quick flash, then you fault line, and Digi's trying to just absolutely collapse on whoever's stunned or flashed.
It's a great call.
They're so quick.
That's why they're staying as a duel right now, and staying as a combo just to try to find the information. The only thing here, though, is the pinches coming on the other side.
It's worked once before. Crew has to be a little bit more active to find the results, and they do get Pancada down. Smokes being out is huge. They can kind of take a breath here if they want, but do they have the chance? They say forward. W is the only key on the keyboard right now, and they're going to hit some shots with Tui's with the Outlaw goes 1-2 punch, and they turn it around real quick. 3v2 is Crew still. I take that back. Melzer falls shy, and the kills coming in from Mazino. Now it's just 1v1. Mazino limping to safety here to figure out where Kawanzin could be coming from.
And you just saw that Crew went for a force buy into this round because of the ultimates that they had. Playing around shy with the Steel Guard, and then the lurk under is just so nice from Kawanzin. Throughout all that chaos, when you're trying to pincer towards that bottom side again, as you've mentioned, Riv, they had some sort of success at the very beginning to control that space. But putting too many resources on that side just left the top side open, and Kawanzin just had a free roam, free little stroll around the site, and even towards the spawn to get the kill, and even finalized the 1v1 towards the end.
And like, what's bad about having Kawanzin be kind of a lurker? I mean, you have Breach on the other side as initiator. One of your initiators is also lurking as Tui's covering the other side.
Your salvos that could go anywhere.
Your salvos that can go anywhere. Kawanzin's going to clean that up just about every time. 8-0 now as Loud come out swinging in this map. And we see Crew start to focus the top side a little bit more with their power here.
Here's the other silver lining again. They only used one ultimate in the previous round from Crew that almost resulted in a round for the side. This time they have 3 ults. Kezen is close to his. And they have decent control of Dish, where Kawanzin cannot get that lurk anymore. Activating the wall, this time you're still seeing Crew not really being proactive, as to finally you see the rotate out of Mazino to help from the spawn, just to try to fight back here on this attempt of a control from Loud into Arcade. So good positioning at the very beginning, at least for Crew's side.
A lot of ultimates here for Crew to use to turn this one around. We just saw the Rolling Thunder picked up, however, by Vinny. So they break the first initial utility. That's going to make Digi happy to have a fly into sight be a little safer. And here comes the Rolling Thunder for the execution. Oh, Mazino's going to get cooked up so bad by Pancada. Beautifully played on the entrance from the B connector. And now, again, it's just Loud looking for what angles Crew wants to try to peek from. Armageddon goes down on one side as well. Canteen's going to be cooked up along with Spawn, and this is just hell for Crew. If they can stave this off, the entry could be very good for them, but taking headshots through the wall, taking more shots from DG is just making it impossible.
At least we have here the Armageddon if he could get some space, but he's just stunned up at Verso.
Oh my gosh. Vans, relentless. They feel safe in every push, and those as well, just one by one, moving forward to get the last members of Crew. Fearless Loud in this map.
Yeah, the analyst Des forgot to talk about how you could actually nuke the cooking here, the meat and potatoes, as the orbital strike and the fault line out towards that spawn, or should I say the Rolling Thunder towards that spawn, was perfect in terms of the execution. And it starts off very well. If you're looking at this composition on the side of Loud, you don't have any scans. So how do you actually get through the smokes as they're being dropped down by the defensive side? A simple camera being thrown by Tui's stayed with the team instead of lurking around and trying to watch the flanks. It clears up and opens up the site. They know now that Crew's playing a retake once again that allows for them to have a smarter decision making on how they could leverage their own attack side ultimates. And dude, Crew right now, hopefully Adam with their last time out of this map, has some sort of solution, because Loud has not been showing too many string of hey, if it ain't broke, let's not fix it, continue the same type of hits. They're showing so many different facets of their attack side.
I think one of the big things we just saw in that round too. So Digizine walks up, they get the Vice Wall, the Sheer to come out. He fakes the orb to see if they can pull anything from tower, and then they give the Rolling Thunder away. Then they fake execute, and you see the Vines go out, you see the Flash go out, they wait for Vines to go away, and DG has a free site to run in, right? They're just waiting out once they find where Shy is, his utility, and what else stops them in these sites? Nothing. Mazzino has to hit a perfect fault line or a perfect flash from when he's coming in to have it really affect Loud. So it seems like they're running free once they figure out where Shy is here, and it just cannot be stopped once they hit the site. Here towards the bottom, again, they leave, Loud leaves 2 on the top side, and they'll see if Crew makes a move first.
North side crunch.
They do.
Again, another into an eco. Guardian and Stinger is strongest weapons for Crew, but the ult is denied.
How long have they had this Outlaw, my dude? Like, Tuis is just rolling through. He's banking money, not having to get anything else, and the Outlaw continues to take down Crew, who is constantly put back on these low-buy rounds. Okay, that one goes to Shy. Finally picks up one as they do try to take him out again, but it falls. It's always traded right now. And that one from Bankata is going to go ahead and clean up the last one. Yeah, that's the end of the round already. That's how fast they're happening, with 4 members of Loud alive. And there's kills and spawn happening. It's just absolute mayhem Loud's creating.
Almost the end of the half already. It's 10-0. At least, again, if I want to try to find something at least positive out of this for Crew, is not that.
Oh, man.
At least when you're seeing Shy playing towards the arcade boxes and he's being slammed by utility, he's still very good mechanically to pop the flash, swing, get the kill. So again, one of the key components into Crew's success from kickoff going into now. And he's not, unfortunately, having good opportunities to even play the game so far because his teammates keep dropping on the other side.
Digi almost gets hit there. We see it split now. They kind of move the initiator away from Digi, but I think that was just util. We got to remember, Haven was 10-2 when they played first in the upper bracket. It could be a comeback from Crew on the second one, but Loud look like they're going to make that happen this time.
The thing is, a 10-2 was Crew being very good on the defensive side.
Oh, man.
And now we're on defense for Crew, and this is a 0-10. I think at least, if anything, Riv, you talked about Haven, that's the next map, so we could focus on that as well. that could be a silver lining for Crew to maybe push us into a third map, but right now at this point, it's almost a done deal. You're just hoping on going into the second half that there is some sort of strategy to at least be able to play a lot of post plant for Crew, because they have a perfect composition for it.
They do. And Adam will definitely know what to say, seeing what happened on Fracture, maybe turn the team around. Vinny with the plan on A. Kesnet looking to bring one in before that half. Pankata here, loving the clutch situations, just on the other side. They know where each other are. Oh, it's always going to be a headshot. Pankata comes up, takes down Kesnet, and Loud stay 11-0.
Yeah. Pankata doesn't skip a beat. If you're actually following social media and you follow Valorant NA socials on Instagram, I know I'm a boomer, I'm talking about Instagram, but at the same time, he was voted the best controller by the pros going into stage 1. So this is by the pros. So you're playing against a god being Kesnet Deus, but at the same time, it doesn't make you quake in your boots. You're still able to win the duel and then also make it 11-0. I think right now, if strategy is not working, coach can't really get anything done, the IGL is not good from Crew, they probably need the Crew fans in the crowd to probably start activating and help them out at least.
For sure, because you got
some sort of morale.
A full Loud squad working. They have shut down every member of Crew, right? Nobody's getting the frags in because there's always trades. Oh, this is big, though. This is big. Nice job by Adverso. A little bit of a wait. Vinny was kind of patient on that one. Not expecting the push down, and Crew finally find an opening. The Outlaw for Tuis, the Pankata with the Vandal. Looks like it could be the ground. Crew are able to grab here with Spike now. Knowledge at a tree.
It was a good start.
It was there.
It was at least a good start to walk contact and surprise some players, but the repeat going into that one, a little bit of a misstep.
My man keeps the Outlaw. He's standing on a Vandal.
Nice swing.
Oh, you saw that. Everybody felt that one. It did not go through. Crew do grab themselves around here. That's going to be an 11-1 first half, and pushing. It got Crew the closest to those rounds. They finally push on that final round to get themselves one.
I mean, it took 12 rounds, but finally at least they got one through for sure. And, you know, Tui's was the one with that outlaw that almost got the line. A double headshot to play a 1v1 against his Sentinel compatriot on the other side, playing against Shy. Look at this lineup. So close. Only a 140 in the end, but still, Loud looking very strong.
Loud has been deafening on this first half. Let's see if they can continue when we come back. Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Welcome back to Loud versus Crew here, our second match of the day. That first half, very loud. Now we'll see if Crew can bring that one round momentum screaming back into the second half, because right now I feel like Loud is just tying their shoelaces together and
Exactly.
they don't know it.
Hopefully Crew could definitely quiet down Loud's camp with their attack side. Again, a composition that's very good for these type of plays, where I wouldn't be surprised if Kesnet is going to be the courier actually for Crew to just get plants in good positions, so they have like the Adverso, Mazzino, and Melzer post plant utility that they could use now.
Yeah.
In these post plant scenarios. But look at that. Looks like Loud doesn't want to let Crew once again control the attack side. Already a push from the bottom of the map.
The push towards A, but the action's at C right now. Loud with 3, and man, you know, the flip side of this we also want to see is that Loud can instantly close out a game. Not let this one dwindle on, because you need teams rather that can do that. And not let that kind of waver back and forth here. So it looks like they're doing good already. That's another shot from Digizine. And now they will hunt down Melzer. This does not look good. Get that spike down, some extra money. And man, Loud are looking very, very clean as a full squad right now. It's not just one person in the star power.
Exactly. And you bring up a good point. I talked about a strong start. You're talking about a strong finish, and we're about to potentially see it here from Loud. Because we have now great anchoring from Kawatzin. Melzer, I mean, in a scenario where potentially you get it done. Why I talked about how Melzer was really popping off during kickoff, but this is a huge ask, definitely.
This would be the ultimate high. You have to tap into that Digizine God mode that we hear him talking about, and it's not going to happen there. Laid to rest just before he attempts it. 12-1 now. Game point here for Loud on Fracture. Again, a great mention at the beginning that neither of these teams have played this coming into 2025, and we see that Loud was very, very prepared, at least coming from the attack side first. Could have been a different game if that was Crew on attack, but man, never letting go of the lead. Quite impressive here. They are loving it. They are loving it.
I mean, when you're feeling at 11-1 half and now already on that point, that's definitely a lot of confidence. Lots of utility. We were talking about that to try to get you into the site. So Molly, fault line, salvos, but a counter Molly, sorry, to prevent the early push out for a plant.
Oh, only W keys. They're in the site already. You see Shy kind of curling up over there behind the spike boxes. There's a plant coming down now from Adverso. A lot of low health bars, though, on that attempt as they got tagged up, and it's going to be tough as they protect for the retake.
Losing Adverso is tough now because we just talked about the pulse plant utility. It's slowly disappearing.
They are just going back and forth right now. Slivers of health here from Azino and Melzer. Cowanzine 1, Cowanzine 2, a third one from the same spot. He's just going to turn. And Picada's going to get half on this one and then look for the fight. Oh, the jumping right click Shy. Saves one, and they're actually going to be able to come out second round. Huge to stop the momentum of Loud. They have a little bit of breathing room, but still very much suffocating on this one. 10 rounds down.
And you wouldn't want anybody else but Shy in this scenario for Crew to win a 1v1. He was basically the highest rated player in number of clutch wins during kickoff of Americas. That's now converted at 24% when the average is 11% on clutches. And now adding 10th to the tally of number of clutches he's done this year so far in Americas. Now a little bit of breathing room for Crew. Sigh of relief after they went for the Stinger buy and a plant, so that resets the economy of Loud. So will this actually be a very strong finish from the defensive side now of Loud, because Crew might start snowballing a little bit here.
Focus towards that top side here for Loud as Crew, they look like they're going to have good positioning. See how Kesnet's entries are. Digizine was able to go crazy and create distractions with that wall, slide around, but it's a little easier to identify the raise as Crew identified 2 quick kills in Arcade. Digizine with a Sheriff on the other side, and this could be a pickup if it's not protected. What a troll. Oh my God, Mazzino with the flicks, beautiful.
Still, although it's against an eco here from Loud side, you still see the back and forth coming in from the defensive side just to try to get that double swing, the pendulum, the ping pong, to at least get the trade through. But looks like Melzer keeps his cool in that moment and is able to drop those opponents.
We'll see it again. So yeah, Loud just tried to put that fight up on Arcade. Huge job by Melzer. So Crew is not afraid to get into the sights. We see that they are not timid from the first half. Pressuring in immediately, knowing when they have the advantage. Exactly what we need to see. They have to be hungry here for these rounds.
And sorry, it was Mazzino there as a breach on the top, but nonetheless, that's something that you need coming out from everybody on the side of Crew, just like Loud has been very prominent across the board in the fragging department. Nice little trap play. That's going to hit 2.
Oh, the counter. That was so good. You saw Vinny was inside sight, ready to shoot a fault line right under the satellite. Timed that with the Armageddon and Cowanzine, and they just slaughter Crew as they try to take that top side.
And I was just about to mention on the first half on Crew's composition and how it was fairly standard how they were trying to play the defensive side, but for Loud, they definitely came up with a nice little trap play that caught Crew off guard. The camera was so high just to make sure you could watch very deep down that line and just activate here. But by the time that you could break the cam, it's so hard for you to retreat from.
Quick trades. 3 for Cowanzine now, making this real tough. Will he go for another one of his 4Ks? Melzer's at 30. Shy is about to be trailed as well by Digizine, but they have a moment. Pancada's already aware. They are so knowledgeable about what the positions could be. Vans, what a game from Loud here. Really reading Fracture.
Melzer 1 versus 4. GG. Sunned up, about to get ran down. And DGZ, who better than him to close out the last kill and even get the defuse for the extra stats of the ACS. And Loud will get this first map in a dominating fashion here against Crew.
And it didn't look like they were really pressured at all. The Stingers got them coming into the second buy on second half. That'll happen when you're not expecting the rush through. But it was still a close round. They're down to 1-1, but Loud all the way across the board. Cowanzine, Digizine there up top. Everybody fragging over 10. It was team participation to get Loud over the finish line here.
I think throughout these 16 rounds that were played on Fracture, there was only 2 rounds that came down to a 1v1.
Right, yeah.
It started with a contact play from Crew on that second time, but overall, it was definitely Loud that, again, comes out with a vengeance. This is the 3rd time that they play against each other. It's a 1-1 in the series, and now it seems potentially that Loud will finish it on a 2-1 if this continues on to Haven, where Crew hasn't been the best on that map on their attack side.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Crew can right the wrongs. They'll be talking to Adam over halftime to see if they can come back to make this a 3-game series when we come back from the break.
Okay, Team Supreme, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Complicado defender, pero bien, Shai, triple baja.
Segue pancada, mas ele esquivou e pela bala, olha aí! Pancada deles!
It was complete domination for Loud on that first map of Fracture with a 13-3 against Crew, and I'm here with Coach ACK to talk a little bit about it. I mean, DJSIN said that you guys were working on fixing a lot of the things that were going wrong in kickoff. So how does it feel to get the score on the first map? That was Crew's pick, and also how are you going to keep that momentum for the second one?
I feel really good. I think that's for us is special because the Fracture was a map that we were never played on a kickoff. So starting on that and playing really good gave us a lot of confidence. So right now is do our job, continuing do our work in Haven and take 2-0 home.
I mean, if you get that 2-0 and just as dominant, you might be the strongest team that we've seen so far. Best of luck.
At least today, right?
Yeah.
Hey, at least today, but we will take it, especially if Loud are playing like that. A 13-3 conclusion on Fracture gives Loud their first win of the season. But fellas, you gotta ask the question, what the hell happened? like, we all predicted Crew. I was like, I'm talking about Crew. Wyatt, we predicted Crew.
We didn't predict
the
series isn't over. Don't get ahead of yourself, you guys. It's only map 1. It was only their pick.
But I will say, though, kind of going back to what we were talking about previously, before the match had started, one of the things that we were concerned about was, you know, the adaptability. How does Crew look to try and work the map? How do they try? Are they just going to play a very straightforward way? And that is exactly what happened. But also, Loud just played so damn well shutting them down.
Nothing was going right for Crew. Anything that they were approaching, even when they were in clutch situations, player advantage situations, it didn't matter. They couldn't convert. but Loud were managing to find ways around it. There were many moments where it would just come down to the timing, and there's a little bit of luck involved, but you can't deny right now that this is a Loud that they're fired up. They want to go home. They've got dinner reservations. They want to wrap this up.
Loud won 10 out of the 10 post plants. They won 11 rounds in a row. Cowanzine continuing the momentum from kickoff individually. He is so good, and I love leaning into the Neon as the pick for Digizin right now. I think that is a great decision. We have Haven next. I hope they stick to it. Just give me more Digizin on the Neon. Run it back.
Yeah, you know, it really takes me back to Loud, like previous years where they were like, after they lost Aspas, like trying to figure out where that duelist fits. But I really do think Digizin exactly what the doctor ordered. But then on top of that, you get Cowanzine, as you mentioned, Brent, the momentum continues forward for this guy. And even though, yes, Melzer was top performing for his team, that didn't really save for much because they didn't get much in that one. So now you have Haven coming up, another, you have a 3-site map here, right? It's going to be very interesting to see how this one plays out. And you have a Loud that is very confident, Brent. How does Crew break this?
A look ahead. I mean, listen, last time, I believe it was Crew that ended up taking it, despite the fact, so in the first matchup at kickoff, you want to catch lines all the way back there. Haven, Loud ended up winning it. Digizin with the operator in his hands, Kesnet couldn't hold a candle to it. They actually turned that around, and Crew managed to find ways to work around it, but that required quite a bit of counter-strategy, I think, actually, and spotting the weaknesses of how Loud like to play, avoiding Digizin as well a lot. There's been a big break, a long break as well, and you got to think, coming off the back of that game, the only thing I've got to really go off, if I'm going to draw from kickoff, which I don't really want to that much, it's the momentum going into this next map, which we've just seen. After map 1, I mean, Loud crushed them. They crushed them, and it's such a good beginning for them. It wasn't even their map pick. They get to go into the comfort zone now, heading into map 2. The answer of Crew is, I don't know, bang a rock against your head and try and forget that it happened.
Well,
that's the only advice I would have.
Let's figure out what's going on the Crew side. We got Coach Adam, and let's hear what he had to say going into map 2.
Here with Coach Adam ahead of map 2. And Adam, that first map doesn't go your way. It was your map pick. But something you talk about in social media is that the team has been looking good in the preparation coming into the stage 1. So tell me, how are you going to make sure that all the preparation, all the things that were going right, are going to kick off for the second map?
I think that this first map was a chance to wake up. Like, it's always hard for us to find pace in game. But we're doing pretty good on pracs, and I feel that the team just needed to wake up, and I feel that this hit was like a wake-up call for us.
We're going to see if it's going to be the wake-up. Thank you so much. Good luck.
I mean, my guy got like a right hook and a left uppercut and then a freaking Shoryuken to close it out.
And no waking up! You're sleeping! You're on the
call! Okay, but to his point though, he was saying, and there is merit to it where you could say like, hey, listen, like we got just shellacked here, but, right? We gotta turn it up.
Counterpoint to that is the Crew like hot starts, and when they get knocked down, they struggle to pick themselves back up again. I think just historically, this roster, they like to get a feel of confidence and domination where everything starts to flow right. They didn't get that at all. They didn't get their ideal start, and now they got to go into their opponent's map pick.
Does that come? I hate to put the pressure on him here, but does that come off the back of something like Kesnet, who like has to be the person?
No.
Okay.
No, he was not at his absolute peak, which is unbelievably high. We've seen that in the past, like especially when they were on a run in the regular season in 2024. In kickoff, it was about everybody else. Honestly, it was about Melzer, it was about Shy. Kesnet was still solid, but he wasn't taking over like he has in the past. So I don't think so. That is one of the nice things about Crew, though. They have multiple players who can completely take over the game. And I know that is a cliche, but it's a fact. When you have a series in kickoff where Melzer drops 26 and 8 on map 1 and Shy drops 25 and 8 on map 2, like, that's a well-rounded team.
Yeah, you have a lot of options there without a doubt. Well, let's go ahead and find out if Crew can turn things around. Map 2 is coming up after this.
Welcome back from map 2 between Loud and Crew. Can Crew bring it back? Bren is saying they all got pillows.
Did you just say welcome? Yeah, exactly. Did you just say come back from nap 2? Because I was thinking of nap from that first map.
That's for at least Crew. But to see how strong Loud came out there, I don't think anybody was expecting it. It's like they never took a break.
Yeah, and again, it's looking at Crew with the composition, with again, Bind being out of the rotation, which was basically their strongest map. You have to come up with a new map that could potentially be your pocket pick. And they tried it out on their map pickup Fracture. They thought they had that resolved because you could get a little bit of reps with the Tejo and Breach and try to continue and follow with the meta. But unfortunately, it wasn't the case here on their side. And okay, I was going to say we're going into Haven where they had good results on their defensive side, but playing a little bit more of a standard composition where they haven't elaborated so much. Now you get to elaborate on the Breach Tejo, but also adding the Yoru on that Kesnet. So to me, that tells me that they're going to be able to be even more mobile on the defensive side rotates.
And we're seeing the same thing from Loud, and I like that. I like that. I think we didn't have enough presence from each one of the members of Crew. The positions they were playing weren't traded enough, so having Kesnet be able to get back across the map, but also get info, create a little trouble on the forward portion that he's pushing first before gate crashing is very big. They have to throw something else into the mix. And maybe this will be it. Kesnet looking to go off on the Yoru. That's what they've changed away from the Jet this time around. And we are going to be getting on to Haven here. Loud was still able to take this, but Crew does have that stronger defensive side.
That's a great point. They get to start off on defense as well because this is a map picked by Loud. So if you want a moment to wake up and to potentially build that confidence up, this is the moment definitely for the Crew side. Exactly.
Breathe it in.
That Crewpium for sure. But if you're looking at the setup, there's still some sort of pressure that Crew wants to try to do towards middle, although they're not as aggressive as they usually are in the pistol. It's more Kesnet trying to go for the solo play as he's pushed back by the Owl drone.
Look at his gate crash right away. TG takes that space, just playing it almost like a Neon still. Slides in, just doesn't have as much speed now as he dashes with Jet. Oh my, insta-shot to Shy's face, and they're going to try to pressure out of the garage hall here. Paranoia is taken out too. They know this is a heavily covered site now.
This might make Loud start pivoting back though, because they've identified 3 players until this lurk happens from Vinny, but it's a trade-off. Now it seems potentially that Loud could be pinned. They have an opening this time, and there you go. An opportunity to pivot around, and Adversal doesn't want to peek. I mean, it's a great call. You don't want to give your position away. You don't want to lose more space. You have a 3v3 with still 2 good agents that allows for you to flood retake with the salvos that are just used now to delay.
Beautiful delay. They create a wall of salvos, a wall of smoke, and it's going to be Digizine going up to the top side, and that is just enough elevation distraction for the first few kills. Melzer now just about even in this HP, and Melzer hits the shot. It's the pistol round coming in for Crew, and the 3K for Melzer.
And Melzer finally has a moment to activate, and he will do so. And that said, I was going to mention potentially that Crew had good utility for a flood retake because the Breach fault line was about to come back up, and then they could really try to start smothering the site. But after Adversal's position at the front, here's a rotate out from front B side. He just wants to make sure here that he doesn't allow his opponents to really push into the site. He gets into a forward position into A. He has support from the other side too, with Mazzino grouping up. And they just have perfect trades towards the end. So it works out well, and it's a great start, at least for Crew. In this round, you see space being gained on the defensive side again, as we've mentioned, but a little bit of a different approach. This time, it's a double initiator putting the solo push from Kesnet because he's able to do so. He could TP away to safety and stack up somewhere else.
Yeah, I think we see Kesnet almost do that every time here. Beautiful shots from Melzer and the Outlaw making both count. And he's just going to play it with a gate crash like a rendezvous, right? Go and peek everything almost until they feel like they have the advantage. And Loud won't give them the peeks anymore. Just to creep in, a little extra money on the plant, and they should be closed in by Crew here. So Loud knowing this round was just going to be a creep around.
Yeah. The best result you can get here for Loud is that plant, be able to sneak through towards sewers as the others from Crew are trying to pinch back towards that B site because the initial, hey, let me just be the selfless players, get myself killed towards the front of the B site so we can get this plant here.
There's damage. Got some armor there. And they do get Mazzino Defuse to Kesnet. He's going to be 2 away from Dimensional Drift already, so that could be a cover down long or this A orb. They've pushed twice now. And get that up quick before we get into the bonus round full. See this replay one more time. Yeah, insta up, gets that kill, doesn't want to waste any time. Gate crashes back. And they're doing much better at just, we saw them Pistol getting their kills, getting their trades, making sure they aren't the one going down first in these trades. So already a nice change here. Crew with a breath of life to start. We'll see if the bonus, though, is where Loud can attack back.
And I like that we're leading towards the A side at the very beginning. You just mentioned here, Riv, that Kesnet is getting close to the ult, so the play is potentially trying to find ways to deny orb control towards long. So the recon comes out. They already have the fault line just in case, and Digizine ready to fight back. But now it seems on the other side on the defense, it's exactly that. Off the camera, the paranoia, double swing. And will Loud be ready for that?
So Kesnet's going to stay at C. They like this positioning. He throws another gate crash out, though. So this is on the timing of the trip in Garage.
Oh, Digizine. He's about to fall into that trap.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
They flashed the trap as well. Remembered it was DG and Vinny before on the Neon and the Breach. Now for Haven, it's the Jet and the Breach down long that are able to get that combination together. And DG still just as fast to pick up those kills when he needs it. Dash is back off of those 2 frags, so he's going to be happy to go into site if he needs to create more chaos.
Woo. Beautiful lurk by 2Es.
Yeah.
That's going to allow Loud to even fall back towards an open C site as Pancada even gets a drive-by onto Adverso. I mean, this is so good from Loud. We were just mentioning on that first map how good the protocols have been. The beginning of this round, you saw that they tried to add that pressure into the Garage to break the trips and to try to force rotates. Where Digizine, just as I mentioned, was about to get caught off guard by the A-side push. But they just make sure that the protocol's there. The flash comes out for the support on the attack side from Vinny. He gets 2 free kills because he gets the timing off the paranoia that misses him.
And it seems right. We've seen Crew have that position at long. It was pushed a few rounds ago. There really hasn't been too much aggression. But no, this time Loud come up. You can see the paranoia in hand, right? They were ready to throw it out, but
and it still hit him. But the thing is, he's so close already, so he's just nearsighted. It's a free. It's still 2 free kills versus 2 players that are. Looks like they were heavily flashed here by the breach flash from Vinny.
See if they do it again. It looks like it's going to be this fight for long once more. Kesnet does have the ult here. He's going to try to get up close and personal, and he's getting real dangerous to start off here. 3 right in his face, but he's going to be able to get a trade on with Digizine. I don't know if they want to peek this again from long.
It was a little bit of an overextension, if I might say, though, from Kesnet. Because not breaking the dart was a good start for the defensive side of Crew. So you think nobody's playing on that long side aggressively. So he was able to surprise some players, but didn't use his TP to escape. And now there's no duelist, there's no dimensional drift for the retake, and there's no strong ults also to allow for Crew to really smother the attack from Loud into the C site.
Oh, wow. Pancada predicting that there was that push long C, gets the paranoia right through, so the team's going to try and just wait this one out. Shy, playing it smart.